Testing, testing. Or knock knock. Knock knock. Hello everyone! Let's see who we have with us. We have Javier, and we have Sora, and we have Sher. Hello! And also, we got this guest. You know what? I was gonna do several of the characters with flowers in their hair and have it like as a template to this screen, but I didn't have time. Actually, I kinda rushed back home. I'm doing very, very well. How about you guys? Thank you, Sora. Yes, we still have. Hi, Ionix. Yeah, Yukimasa is still here. I had such a good idea for today's template too, but you know what? It's gonna have to be for the next time. And it's not even gonna be for next week, because next week, like I said, I will be on a mini weekend to Stockholm. Oh, thank you so much, Cher. Thank you. You're doing better than James at the back. Look at that face. Y'all, I'm just imagining my sister just barging in here and seeing that and screaming. James already scared her once. Like, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen several times. Hi, Kendall! Welcome! And also, I'm so sorry. I missed your messages twice while I was playing. I was checking the chat like the day after, and I was like, wait, here's Kendall? I missed her. And then on another stream, I missed you too. Girl, I'm so sorry. But hi! I'm doing good. Thank you, Sora. Oh, me too. I am so excited. Also, you guys, guess what I did? You know what? Don't even guess. I'm gonna tell you all right now. I have already connected my Nintendo Switch to the capture card to the computer. So, while I tested it, it was running fine, and I checked the sounds and everything, so it should be fine, but we'll see. You know, when streaming, you never know. Sometimes we just have a Russian roulette. But I'm just gonna, you know, I'm just gonna blame my co-host here. This way. Maybe I should have put him here. No, because then it will look like we're cuddling, so no. But I'm blaming everything wrong that goes into this stream. It's on him. It's on this guy. He's the fall guy. Hi, Spartaniano. Hi, Siglis. Welcome, welcome. Oh, y'all, I'm gonna prepare a really good template for this just chatting window. I'm gonna prepare it for the next stream. We'll see if there's gonna be reincarnation today. I have already set up the Nintendo Switch, so I'm ready. I did boot up the game on the Switch, and I realized that you could only, like, you had to unlock the others because they were grayed out. I was like, damn, I need to do this. But then there was, like, I did unlock them by playing, like, the base game. I could just, you know, skip everything and, like, complete the game. And then reincarnation was available. But there was also a sub-story that I saw that was called Fragments or something, which I didn't see in Requiem for Innocence on the Steam version. It was called something else. Are they different, these two, or did they just, you know, maybe switch the name? Like for translation or something? I don't know. No pizza delivery today! What is your best actor in Frozen movie and Spider-Man movie and Maze Runner? Ooh, I haven't even watched Maze Runner, to be honest. Spider-Man, oh, I'm not really a fan of superhero movies. Frozen, I like both Anna and Elsa. Wait, what? What's a spoiler? I watched your reaction videos of Love and Deep Space, amazing content. It's what made me subscribe to the channel. Oh, thank you! I always have so much fun with Love and Deep Space. So much fun. A lot of laughter. Kendall, did you see the new trailer for the multi-banner? Yeah, I can't. Just thinking about it. Is it warm in here? Hi Daryl, welcome! And welcome Didi. It's there, but you need to unlock it. No, I didn't read anything. But you had to like go to the base game on the Nintendo Switch. This Revenant Dreams edition, you had to unlock the other, like Requiem for Innocence and Reincarnation by playing the base game again. So I did that, but then it was available. But then there was something called like a back door, and I was like, what is this? So I pressed it, and then there was like 3 questions which I answered, and I think that could have unlocked like everything. I don't know. So I'm able to play anything. But it did say something about if you haven't played the base game yet, don't do this. Hi Isra, welcome! Oh, the backdoor unlock everything, yes. So I went to that one, because at first I was like, do they mean backstage? So I pressed it just to check. Yeah, you can unlock everything. That is such a smart feature. Such a smart feature. I literally did see the trailer and I got all 5 cards. Yay! Congrats! So far I've gotten 3 of them. I did record my pulls as well. We'll see how it goes. I do want all 5. So we'll see, we'll see. I have to grind a lot of crystals. Because I was starting out with like 2k crystals. Because Raphael's, you know, his myth rerun was just prior to this one, and I had to R3 his myth companion, so his myth companion grows stronger, since I use that for most of the battles. Like a coding backdoor. I think it was so smart of them to put that there. Maybe they should do that with a lot of the games. I wish they had that for Stellar Blade when it came to all the outfits. Because there is one outfit that I am struggling to get because I don't like fishing in games. Especially not when the mechanics are so difficult. And it takes time, like I don't have the patience. Just give me the bathing suit already. That's what I was thinking. Whoa, really? Congrats, Isra! But I have to say something, you're my favorite streamer, it's always fun. Oh, thank you! And it's always fun having you guys here. We've grown our little community. When you finish Requiem, you must read a short story before playing Reincarnation. I'll remind you when you get there. Ooh, okay. Okay. Yes, I did. Hold on, there was maybe Espartaniano and Siglis and Sure, maybe you can answer this question. Or maybe it was already answered and I missed it. Sometimes I just miss it. Oh, hi MM, welcome! When I booted up the Steam version of Requiem for Innocence, we have one story left. I think it was called something A Tale. But going into the short stories on Requiem for Innocence in the Nintendo Switch, the other story was fragments or something. Does the Nintendo Switch maybe have more short stories? But I didn't see the one that Steam had. Or maybe it's just, you know, the translation of it that is different. I did up to 175 pulls to get the 3rd outfit. Oh, like I need all of the outfits. I need every single MC outfit. I just realized that while I was looking. And I was a little bit bummed out that we couldn't just have all of the dresses like in a crate and just buy it. Yeah, it's Fragment, it's on PC to just unlocked. Oh. Aha! Okay, so on PC it is locked. Is it locked behind this a tail something something? For a second I thought you have a huge tattoo. Then realized no way, you would have such a tattoo. Wait, which one? Do you mean like this? Did you think this was a tattoo? Yeah, I'm not brave enough to get a tattoo. Because it's needles. And me and needles do not go well together. Like, at the sight of a needle, I can faint. Did you check after finishing Happily Ever After? Fragments is only there after reading the first two you read yesterday. I don't think I saw it. We'll see when I boot up the game again. An update on your last home. Ah, it's not going very well. It's not going very well. I just wish that Lads was on PC, because then it would have been so much easier to create one's home and decorate it. Like on a phone, it's very small. I don't have a tablet, so I have to do it on the phone. I mean, I could get, you know, those emulators on PC, but they're so buggy. And I don't know if it even works in like the home mode. You unlock it today. There is a lot more short stories on Switch edition. Ooh, nice. I want to do another 25 pulls to get the 4th outfit crate, but I'm afraid to get another 5-star and reset my pity. I don't really rank except myths. Same here, same here. I also just want to rank myths. And so far, I've only focused on ranking Raphael's myth companion. I was really lucky because I haven't gotten one standard card that has messed up my pulls. When you finish the other sub-stories, it will unlock. It also crossed my mind. A tattoo? Nah, not me. If you ever see me with a tattoo, it's gonna be those, you know, those that you just put on and then you have some water and then pull off the paper. Those kind. Water transfer one. That's it. Water transfer tattoos. That's the kind of tattoos I can get. Or, you know, like one of those fake sleeves that you can get, you know, it's just like a mesh arm that you pull off. Could y'all imagine me with a sleeve? I don't think I look cool enough for a sleeve. Can you see me with a sleeve? I don't think so. Too many girls with shoulder and chest tattoos. What's your favorite moment in the game so far, Bea? Oh my gosh, there are so many favorite moments. Oh my gosh. I would have to go from door to door. Like, there's too many favorite moments. But the one that is ringing in my head right now is when you could choose to let go or not let go, and if you didn't, Giselle came like behind Michael. Oh my gosh, that was so beautiful. That was so freaking amazing. And the reunion. I just love them so much. So those two come up in my mind a lot. And also the two of them reading. Oh my gosh. Those Hello Kitty water tattoos. Yukimasa looks like he's doing a Giselle cosplay. Oh, Yukimasa, you're not doing a good job. I mean, huh? You know what? Giselle almost had that shorter hair, but her hair was more like to here. Yukimasa, you're not doing it well. You need a little bit longer hair. One of the very interesting one was a girl who had "Mom, don't worry about me, you raised a gangster" across her chest in huge text. But was it spelled correctly though? If I was afraid of needles, I would be screwed, shooting insulin 3 times a day, but they are small to be honest. Or even with that, I'd be like woozy, just thinking about it. Oh my goodness. I can barely see it in movies. I did the henna a couple of times. Have you ever tried it? Ooh! I have seen it! I think it's so freaking beautiful. It is so beautiful. But can you do it also like with what's it called? With pencil. What is that in English? With a brush? Like almost like a nail brush? Or maybe a JoJo tattoo sleeve, yeah. Oh, I would love that. I would love that. When she hugged him. Oh, yes. That was so freaking emotional. Cat, hi! Yes, Yukimasa's still here. I forgot about him. I hope that I don't get jump scared. I hope I don't get jump scared. Yesterday I got jump scared because I forgot that I had put him on screen. I completely forgot about it. So when we were done playing, I just were like, nah. Put on the music, checking so the sound levels and all look good, and then I saw him and yeah, my heart dropped. I liked when Michael put the rose into Giselle's hair and didn't even realize he was doing it. Oh my gosh, yes! Yeah, all of their moments. Peak. I never thought my favorite couple would come out of the house in Fata Morgana. I live for Michael and Giselle. I live for them. With henna, it can be done with henna plant or dye. You have to check for allergy first. Extremely important. Yes, and that the henna should be like brown, reddish brown, right? Let's do a poll. Will Bea be scared again by Yukimasa? I don't think I'm gonna get scared this time around. Apply just a dot to hand and wait 30 minutes for first time. I wonder if they have something like that in Stockholm. I'm gonna check. I'm hoping that they have like a physical game shop or something in Stockholm. But I tried searching, but I found board games, but I didn't really find like physical game store because I really like wanted to look for some like retro games. You know, just like a library where you just check for games and then you're like, oh, I've never heard about this. That's how I found Lost Odyssey. And that game is so freaking good. So freaking good. Huh? Ah, is YouTube acting up? Typical YouTube acting up and being like, register if you wanna like a video. But you can comment. Yeah, they use the pencil-like thing. You can use a henna paper to get the pretty shapes. But last part with Morgana and Jacopo was emotional as well. Oh my goodness. Y'all, that image still haunts me. And the image of Jacopo after that, when the townsfolks went at him. That image too, like he just looked so spent, so exhausted. Wow. Fall from Grace characters really are something else. But it's so interesting. Streamer has heart attack on stream after forgetting about Yukimasa overlay. Wow, that would suck going out like that. The colors depends on the culture. Some do black henna, some do dark red or light red. Ooh, I see, I see. I think the black one is pretty for simple shapes, but bigger shapes, maybe black or red or dark red, but it's a personal preference. Ooh. You know what? I'm gonna do that someday. How long does it last for? Is it like a month or so? He's our mascot now. Mascot Yukimasa. Y'all, imagine telling him that he's our mascot. He'd be like sharpening his blade. Like, what did you say? Huh? What did you say? But you know, with much less emotion. Much less emotion. I'd be like, Pauline, save me! Pauline! We'd be screwed without Pauline. We need to have Pauline with us if we're gonna mess with Yukimasa. The image of Nelly with the hair of a white-haired girl still scares me. Oh my gosh, yes. But this game is truly a masterpiece. Like the way I've told you guys so many times, but the way I thought going into this game, I'd just be like, oh, it's a good game, but it is a freaking amazing game. Amazing. The stories 10 out of 10. They've all been so freaking interesting. Never ever have I felt like a story was boring. And never ever have I felt that a character was boring or just, you know, like I thought they were just forgettable. And I mean, they tried to make us forget about Javi. I didn't forget about Javi. I was like, when's his comeback? He had like 15 minutes of fame, and I liked him. He was funny. Him and Pauline made just such a fun duo. And I really wanted for her to be able to take him to her town. And he was so excited for it too. No, after a couple of days for a week it starts to fade. And if your hands are in the water a lot, it fades even faster. Ooh, okay. Who's my favorite villain? Is that it? Villain in the game. Jacopo. Jacopo for sure is my favorite villain. I bet you when you were finishing up door 2, you never imagined you'll have Yukimasa with a flower in his hair as a mascot. Nope! I did not imagine at all! Pauline inspired me. She inspired me. And then I was a little bit bummed out that, you know, the creators didn't put this PNG. So I had to create it by myself. It worked now! Yay! You willed it to existence, MM. It's like Michael doesn't like being called an angel, but everyone keeps doing it. And Morgana and even Yukimasa. I was more surprised about Yukimasa being like, oh, you're an angel. And then he drops the Church of Michael, that he'd be a member of Church of Michael. I was like, Yukimasa said that? That just felt like, okay, that's kind of nice. Like sometimes he says stuff that I'm like, I'm not scared of you no longer, and then he does something and I'm like, I'm scared of you. Like the ambivalence is strong with this guy. The best thing about no voice acting is the writers can easily rewrite scenes up until the very end of development. FF Creator talked about this too. Ah, yes. I can imagine that being a thing that a lot of story writers would want. Like maybe they forget about something and they're like, dang, now this lore doesn't make sense because I didn't connect it like this. And we already voiced all the lines and stuff. Hej Karlsson! Jag har haft en jättebra valborg och första maj. Jag hoppas du också har haft det. Det var väldigt lugnt för mig. Don't spoil it, Bea. Remember we have the title challenge at the end, right? And not only that, like when we do these lists, I'm gonna have like most likable character list, most well written, best villain, best husband material, best girlfriend. We're gonna do a lot of these tier lists. A lot of them. And also, I'm gonna refrain from talking too much because I wanna be able to go into the Nintendo Switch today, just to, so we can also check that everything works and stuff. But it should be good. And then y'all can tell me if I need to, you know, lower the music or... Right now I have the same settings that I had for the PS5 for Silent Hill. But with Silent Hill, I might have had too low volume, I think. We'll see. We'll see when we go into it. And with that, I'm thinking we should head into the game. I will just pause. Let's see. There. Play. 40 minutes short and sweet intro. For me it is very short. Wait, why am I so off center? Oh, it's because I moved my chair and whatnot. There we go. The apple in the background looks cute today, but yesterday its face was stern. Maybe it was because of Yukimasa. I'm gonna blame everything on Yukimasa. The chat is too active. And I love you all for it. I mean, it's super fun talking to you guys. So sometimes we might even forget about the game. I mean, that was more of an issue when we were playing Silent Hill, but also because I was a little bit, you know, scared of going into the game. So I was like, I need courage, more courage. And y'all gave me so much courage. Let me just tell you guys, I would have never, ever finished Silent Hill or even tried it without you guys. Sometimes I feel bad at the end of stream when you want to go to bed but are being bombarded by questions. But you know what? It's okay. It's totally okay because I'm usually not even tired. It's just that I know that I need to go and sleep, especially if I have something to do the next day. And tomorrow I do have to do something. I'm gonna go with my friend to shop. We're gonna go to a cafe and she's gonna do some shopping. After that, we're gonna go home to me and meet booties, and my mom will make my friend's favorite food. I'm still here, girl. Can't believe I'm watching your stream. Aww, hearts to you. Bunny looks as tasty as always. Hey, don't eat him. Or I'll tell Aura when she gets back. Oh, everyone. Do pray for Aura to get better. For those of you who might not know, Aura is in quite critical condition right now at the hospital. I've made a Discord room about it. So I left out a lot of information. But I'm keeping updates there, and I'm having her close friend updates me when there is something new. But right now, she has not woken up, so it's not very good. But let's keep hoping, let's keep wishing, and let's keep praying that she will come back to us. And we'll all be reading together, playing together. We'll have a great time again. We'll see her name in chat. Okay, some episodes now, or else I'm gonna cry. I've already cried so many times. Tales wasted away in obscurity. Also, everyone, can you hear the music? I think the audio mixer is saying that you can hear the music. Thank you, Kendall. I'm hoping that everything will turn out fine. And the doctor said that the positive thing is that she's young, so they're hoping that everything goes as expected. But they're keeping an eye so she doesn't get an infection or anything. But it's that's what we can, grasp at, that she's young and no other like health conditions. So hopefully everything will go well and we'll see her soon. Okay, everything can be heard. Let's go. Tales wasted away in obscurity. Bam. Ooh. I'm not gonna be able to read all this. Hold on. Ooh! Barely read that. Tales afforded not their moment in the limelight, left to waste away in obscurity. Oh my gosh, this music. What? What? There's 3! I'm guessing that we go from 1 to 2 and 3. The painting's ramblings must be George. I saw under a video how people defended Jacobus' feelings to Morgana. That period of history when the events take place, but they don't take into account that 11 is not the same as 14, 15. Yeah, even like the time period, I can't even I can't accept that. It's just so problematic. It's so problematic. Hi, Mike Martin. Yes, it did play, but I haven't watched it yet. I put it in my to watch list. Okay, let's go with number 1 here. A slow killing poison. The maid spoke little of what happened after the white-haired girl's disappearance in the era of roses. For she believed the rest of the tale insignificant, of no value to share with her listener, the white-haired girl herself. Thus her role as storyteller ended with the girl's departure from the stage, and while the other characters' stories continued on, they were cut from the script, afforded not their moment in the limelight, left to waste away in obscurity. A slow killing poison. Arthur Baldwin was vexed. Arthur, wasn't that... Yes, oh my gosh, it was him! From door 1! Oh, I don't like him. Shortly before they were to be married, his engagement with Nellie Rhodes, eldest daughter of the Rhodes family, had been broken off. He understood well enough why it had happened, and had it been his decision, he likely would have made the same one. So Arthur's dissatisfaction lay not with the dissolution itself, nor did he bear any fault in it. His bride-to-be had simply been gripped by madness. I hear she attacked an Abigail. Oh, I was told she took one of her eyes out. As if Arthur is any better. Like he was so openly an asshole. Like literally. So of course he loves these gossips. He has already chosen what the truth is. Even worse, she killed her. Those are but rumors, my dears. The truth is so much more dreadful. I used to work at the Road Manor, you see, and the young lady, she... Initially, Arthur was skeptical of what people were saying. He assumed the tales were being as exaggerated as they spread. And did your mind change or not? But when the head of the Rhodes family came personally to deliver reparations and formally nullify the engagement, he gave Arthur a rough overview of what had happened. It was apparently true that Nellie had assaulted an Abigail. And it was true that she spent most of her time in her room now, looking pale and sickly and drained of her spirits. Oh, this is so heavy, because we know how spirited Nellie was as well. Like, she is such a sweet child. And then, when he said outright, a demon's possessed her, Arthur had little choice but to believe something wasn't right. And to top it all off, Nellie's older brother Mel ran off to become a priest, presumably to get away from everything. Nellie's father implored Arthur to remain discreet about her situation. Not that he had any intention of going around and spreading personal details about her life. However, rumors have a nasty way of slipping through the tiniest of cracks, sneaking about through the dark like a seasoned cat burglar. What nobles like to refer to as social gatherings were in practice more like gossip gatherings. And in short order, the Rhodes family's eldest daughter was the talk of high society. Incidentally, the painter whose downfall eventually culminated into this tragedy was also strangled by the noble grapevine, though Arthur had no way of knowing as much. Perhaps the painter's curse extended beyond the girl's hair color, and the Rhodes family was destined to be brought to ruin by the gossip of their fellow aristocrats. One evening, Arthur decided he would sneak into the Rhodes manor. He had requested visitations with Nellie on numerous occasions, but been turned away every time. Boundaries, Arthur? And sneak into the Rhodes manor? Like, what the frick? She is in no condition for company, was what they kept telling him. Which left him no choice but to see her uninvited. Shoot on sight! The aroma of the roses seemed more overpowering at night than during the day, and he wasn't sure whether it was just his imagination. The nagging irritation it caused in him was, however, not only in his mind. Arthur instructed his coachman to wait on the street a little ways out and made the rest of the way to the manor on foot, entering through the garden. What is this guy doing? It's not like he was ever nice to Nellie. And now, what does he want? Does he want to spread more gossip, like get something more? I don't trust this guy at all. As he waded through the sea of roses, he clenched his teeth. Arthur preferred restraint when it came to both gardening and girls. What am I doing with my life? How did I end up here, sneaking about trying to find that obnoxious little girl's room? Yeah, what are you doing here? This is... Can somebody call the police? Arthur had few pleasant memories of this rose garden. The Rhodes and Baldwins had a long history, so as a child, he would often find himself left here to play with the adults, while the adults did business. It was him, Nellie, who could never seem to stop hanging off her brother, and Mel, the textbook definition of a well-behaved aristocrat boy. Not once had he managed to step into the siblings' private world. There was only room for the two of them, leaving Arthur struck out there all by himself. The best he could manage was a little teasing now and then. For example, saying her hair looked like the color of fallen leaves. I never asked for this engagement anyway. Who would even want to marry a girl who thinks herself some kind of princess? Not me, that's for sure. Why are you here, Arthur? Is he like in denial of some kind of subconscious like feelings he has? Is he repressing it? Because it seems like he wanted to come into their world, but since he got rejected, he's acting up. And I hate these kinds of dudes. I hate these kinds of dudes. Like, acting out because they get rejected. But still, he had known her practically his whole life. Of course he was going to be curious when people were saying she had gone mad or been possessed by a demon. He was just curious, he told himself as he drew nearer to Nellie's window. That is creepy. Creepy behavior. The curtains appeared to be drawn. He couldn't see anything inside. So he crouched down to pick up a few pebbles to toss over the veranda. A few soft taps rang out in the night before the before the curtain finally shifted. Dang, I forgot something. I forgot to press record. Oh well, I can get that off the stream as well. Hold on. Let me just see so it is. I'm just checking the encoding. Is it lagging? Or is it going well? Hold on, I just need to check the stats. There. Had a little bit of encoding lag there. For moments. Okay, is it lagging now? Because I pressed the record button. They were supposedly engaged by arrangement with their parents, but what does he want? Also, audio is a bit high compared to you. Okay. Maybe I can... If I do this, maybe? Oh, the music was louder than the voice. Okay. If I turn it down to here. How about that? Is this better? I did push it down a notch now. So maybe I usually this part when it comes to the music I can fix the sound levels when I clean up the video. But now I have it at 45. Should be good. Okay. Then restart. A few soft taps rang out in the night before the curtain finally shifted. A few moments later, a young girl stumbled out into the moonlight. Despite already knowing the answer, his first thought was, "Who is that?" He wanted to smack himself, but at the same time, it was hard to deny the discrepancies between the girl standing there and the girl of his memories. The moonlight seemed to give her flaxen hair a ghostly bluish tint. It fluttered in a passing breeze, and Arthur felt something about her he never had before. She's so pretty. Whoa, slow down. What's wrong with you? So shallow. Pretty? That self-centered, spoiled little brat? There wasn't a trace of the rambunctious Nellie he knew to be found. She stood there by the veranda's railing, gazing vaguely off into space, like a pensive spirit. It wasn't at all what Arthur had expected to see when he came calling. He assumed she would be nothing but skin and bones, haggard and unsightly. "Now, Lady Nellie, do you not think it rude to not at least greet me? We were engaged, as you might recall." Her eyes still unfocused, Nellie turned her gaze down toward where Arthur stood. It was a reaction, but still he felt as though she had snubbed him, which did little to alleviate the irritation building up since he had arrived. Gosh, I do not like this guy at all. Piss off already. Look, it's like a scene right out of your beloved Romeo and Juliet. Except you're not the Romeo that she wants. Not that I'm here enthusiastically, of course. Mumbling complaints to himself, Arthur climbed a nearby tree, leaping from a branch onto the veranda. I would have drop-kicked him off that tree. And there she was, within arm's reach, but as distant as ever. Still, he could see nothing in her eyes. Ugh. Like, the way he thought that she looked pretty when she's literally in a depressive state. It just leaves a very bad taste in my mouth. Like, he likes the fact that she is in this state and she isn't her happy-go-lucky self. He just likes this, like, caged bird look. Hello? Say something already, would you, Nelly? Perhaps she really had lost her mind, just not in the way he had been led to believe. Arthur spent a few moments pondering how to proceed. He didn't consider himself a model gentleman like Mel, not even slightly, but he wasn't so crass as to laugh it off either. Beats me. You certainly are quiet tonight, aren't you? I'm not sure how I'm supposed to act when you're like a completely different person. Every time you open your mouth, I want to sew it shut. Can we dropkick him already? You're always complaining. Nothing's ever good enough for you. But right now, I just want you to say something. Anything. He's saying all these negative, supposedly, that he only has negative points. But he's also like trying to save her. He just has a savior complex. And he knows that she's alone, that she doesn't have anyone. So this to me is manipulation. Because he's thinking like, now is the time that I can get through to her. Now when she's depressed and has lost herself. How am I supposed to know what's going through your head if you don't tell me? Or is there just nothing at all? You don't have this luxury to know, Arthur. You were never on her friends list. Nelly's gaze glided past Arthur and to the rose garden behind him. Nelly, are you listening to me? He tried again and again to get her attention, calling her name, waving his hand in front of her face, gently tugging on her hair. But all his attempts were fruitless. She simply stood there, lifeless, a well-crafted doll. He wasn't sure exactly how to describe how he felt. Slightly unsettled to start. A bit of pity to go with it. And a great deal of something yanking at his insides. Arthur had few pleasant memories with the roads. That didn't mean he wanted to erase his past with them entirely, though. But looking at her, this empty shell, he felt almost as though those days were disappearing with her. So is it nostalgia? How irritating. He knew the word wasn't right, but he went with it anyway, heaving a sigh after letting it linger in the air for a moment. It's always been like this. I'm no more than a buzzing insect to you. I can't stand this dreadful rose garden. It was exhausting having to come here again and again just because our families are close. I would try to say something and you'd go running off into your darling brother's arms. Dearest Mel this, dearest Mel that. Is that all you know how to say? And he would just give you a half-hearted smile and pretend to be sorry for not paying attention to you. Arthur looked out over the garden as well. He was more talking to himself than he was to Nellie. I'm sure you don't remember, but one time I even brought you flowers. What were they? Some kind of anemone, I think? That's almost like anemone, or what was his name? Also one of the guys we freaking hate in this story. The one from the village. Once Giselle rejected him, he completely turned on her. But you wouldn't take them. You said the roses here were prettier, so you didn't need my flowers. And she was a kid. What a miserable day that was. Maybe Arthur, maybe if you could have just taken that as now is not the time, and you know, just turn it around and being like, well then I'll keep the flowers, instead of having this internalized dislike for Nellie. But standing beside this silent spectre, melancholy overwhelmed any anger or frustration he might have otherwise felt. Perhaps it was because nothing he said managed to elicit any reaction out of her. Or perhaps because he wished he had come out and said this all sooner. Unless expressed, feelings merely fester. I don't care one bit about you, and I mean that. It's only ever been about doing what's best for my family. Of course, Nellie was a perfect example of why you couldn't let everything out either. The gossip spoke not only of her attacking on Abigail, but of her destroying her relationship with her brother. And that was likely what had done the most damage. Knowing what he knew of Nellie in her younger days, Arthur had little trouble believing what the rumors said. That her affection for Mel went far beyond simple familial love. It was for my family, but that doesn't mean I wasn't going to try to get along with you. You probably don't believe me, since I certainly never acted like it. But I genuinely did want us to be on good terms. It's just, you had to be the one who changed first. Or you could have just continued to be a good person towards her. He's just putting the blame all on her. You were always treating me like I was worthless, like I meant nothing to you. Not like any of that would have even left an impression in your one-track mind, of course. And he's not even thinking about her being a kid. But that's why I want you to take the first step. I'm not some wise old monk who can just turn my frustration off on command. Arthur let out another sigh. Do you think anything would have gone differently if I could have been more grown up? Instead of a brat? Yes. She would have probably seen you as a prince. Like she did Mel. A gust of wind blew through, sending up a flurry of rose petals, carrying them up past the two of them and through the velvet curtains into Nellie's bedchamber. A faint smile crossed her lips. Arthur could only guess at what was going through her mind, what was reflected in her eyes. In her room, he could see several pairs of small children's shoes, a doll with its hair all neatly made up, a pile of sheet music drawn up for her by a respected composer years earlier, and toys carved from wood. It was like he was looking through a window into the past. That was all he needed to know. He could have treated her like the princess she thought she was, and she would have gone down the same path. Nellie's eyes were on one person only. Arthur wasn't even a shadow on her peripheral. Your brother's still smiling for you in there, isn't he? And that was all she needed. After that night, Arthur stayed away from the roads and never mentioned the siblings again. It was the best thing to do, he thought. He had his own life to worry about. But fate wouldn't allow him to avoid hearing about the family from time to time. About 4 years later, Nellie, who had apparently fallen ill, passed away at the young age of 18. Oh. The Rhodes held a small funeral service, which Mel did not attend. Arthur couldn't even begin to imagine what he, her brother, felt about it. But another 3 years later, Mel followed behind her. Oh my gosh, this is so tragic. At the age of 24, he threw himself off the top of a church tower. What tragic lives they had. According to those near him, he had been acting unusual in the months leading up to his death, claiming he could hear a woman's voice talking to him. Morgana. If he had taken his life out of grief, 3 years seemed like too long of a gap. Perhaps it had built up over time, and that was how long it took to reach the boiling point. But that's not how it felt to Arthur. It felt like Mel had been guided there by a higher power. Or maybe pushed. And there was one other strange detail. He had died at exactly the strike of noon. The strike of noon! Oh my god, my hair is standing. As the bell rang its 12th toll. Story 2, Defectives. In the distant Hoei era, while the Tokugawa shogunate governed feudal Japan, Yukimasa Aida made his living far to the west. With little knowledge of what lay beyond the borders of his own native country, the land of the rising sun was an isolated nation, turning nearly everyone away, save for traders from a few specific regions. And those restrictions applied equally to Japanese who had departed the country before they were put in place. Yukimasa was a third-generation emigrant, having never once set foot in his homeland. And for that reason, as a child, he held a great adoration for the glorious nation described by his grandfather. And he was particularly fond of the katana passed down to him by his grandfather. Though it bore no name, the blade had a curiously bestial glimmer that entraced Yukimasa at first sight. The katana had belonged to Yukimasa's grandmother, but she had passed away before he was born. His grandfather described her as a skilled swordswoman. Oh, I like that. Slight in frame, but easily able to take down several men more than twice her size. After his grandfather passed and bequeathed unto him the blade, Yukimasa would from time to time see phantoms of a young woman drenched in blood. She had sharp, narrow eyes like him that looked more like his than even his parents. He felt almost as though his own reflection had stepped out of the mirror to cut him down. Or like they were a pair of killers, standing shoulder to shoulder. With each recurrence of the illusion, it took root even deeper into his soul, and Yukimasa grew even more certain that one day he would cross over into her world. That he was simply holding in his true nature. That the beast dwelling within would break loose eventually. This tale, however, is of a time when he was still more man than beast. Defectives. In the wake of framing and killing 2 crewmates for smuggling Spanish silver, Yukimasa was having something of an identity crisis. Something of an identity crisis! I would call it, more severe than that. On both occasions, he had been smiling during the act, at least according to those who had seen him. If what they said were true, he wasn't conscious of it, but he didn't particularly doubt their words either. It was, in all likelihood, true. He had killed 2 men and enjoyed doing it. What unsettled Yukimasa most, though, was that his initial reaction was, I wonder what I'm going to become. Not a moment's concern for the men whose lives he had stolen. Once their still warm bodies hit the water, that was that. He held no nostalgia for the months they had spent out at sea together. Why, he's so cold-hearted. He didn't care what kind of men they had been, or how much their families might grieve over the loss. Yukimasa wondered if that made him narcissistic. The lack of interest in anyone but himself seemed to fit the bill. Psychopath! But he didn't actually feel like he held himself in very high stature. He simply had this vague awareness of himself as a twisted, unsightly creature. On that day, the ship stopped at a small port town to replenish supplies and give the crew a few days to stretch their legs. They were still about 2 months out from Amsterdam, where his beloved awaited his return. Oh, Amsterdam. What a hellish trip that was. A crewman of Western origin naturally muttered. If I never have to hear the word smuggle again, it'll be too damn soon. The way the whole crews got their cheeks clenched after that's about driven me mad. Not blaming you, I mean, just how it is. Yukimasa shook his head and gave the man a faint smile. And in his mind, he chuckled about how no one could seem to see through his mask. The blame lay with him for much more than just the tension on the ship. Real shit job ya got stuck with there. I don't know if I'd been able to do it and keep a straight face like you did. Bet you're aching to let off some steam, ain't ya? You can be straight with me. I could certainly stand for some relief, yes. That much was true. But it isn't what you think, man. However, Yukimasa meant it in a very different way. Because the only feelings Yukimasa has is like, he wants to, you know, shackle the beast. And the one that shackles the beast is Pauline. But it's just that she keeps him normal. He doesn't have like these kind of sexual feelings and stuff. He doesn't think about that. Come with me tonight then. I know the perfect place to get you just what you need. The tanned seaman smirked, which was all Yukimasa needed to know what he was insinuating. He hesitated to come up with a response. Worried about Captain Asama? Don't. I ain't gonna tell him. Besides, it's not like he doesn't have needs too, you get me? Some of the crew knew that Yukimasa was romantically involved with the captain's daughter, and the man standing before him seemed to assume his hesitation stemmed from that. But Captain Asama would, as the seafarer had said, spend his time off satisfying his personal needs. That was just part of life on the sea. Everyone understood and no one considered it being unfaithful. All of them should just drown. All of them should just drown. Requiring a ship full of vigorous young men to save themselves for their partners, who they would often not see for months at a time, could in fact be considered a form of torture. Then, you know, don't get married and don't get a partner. It's that easy. There were a number of brothels scattered about the port town. For them, sailors were practically the ideal clients. A ship only stayed around for a few days to week, meaning no time to get attached or cause other similar problems. About the only complaint a prostitute might have is that sailors tended to be quite pent up. They weren't the kind of clientele a new recruit could generally handle. That settles it. Tonight, grab something to eat, and then we'll meet up at... Yukimasa forced a smile for the man, who had taken his silence as a yes. But he wasn't worried about Captain Asama finding out or being unfaithful to Pauline. He simply wasn't sure how much he could trust the seaman's recommendation. And the last thing he wanted was to catch some kind of disease. Yukimasa was paired up with a skeletal girl with faded brown hair, which she had done up so much it only served to emphasize the lack of anything anywhere else on her body. This is your idea of the perfect place. He couldn't deny his disappointment at his assignment, who boasted absolutely nothing of what he sought in a woman. In fact, he was afraid he might snap her in half. As the other pairs heated up beyond the thin curtains, Yukimasa's interest plummeted. If a woman tried to seduce him, he would act in accordance with his base instinct. But otherwise, Yukimasa didn't have particularly strong libido, so... You're not into this at all, are you? No, It's fine. You're not going to hurt my feelings if you want to trade me for another girl. I used to have a few regulars, but these days I've got nothing. Sooner or later, They're going to toss me out on my ass, and I'll have to resort to back alley quickies to make a living. Y'all, this is so freaking tragic. Like, this is saddening. You're the customer. You've got every right to complain to the manager about drawing the short straw. She sounded like a woman hanging from her last thread. I'm not going to cause any trouble for you. Well, aren't you sweet? You're a loss, she said with a snicker. I object to being called sweet, but anyway, I stand out more than most. So if I make a scene, it's more likely to escalate. You even went out of the way to explain yourself, so I object to your objection. But you do have a point. You're from the Far East, aren't you? Don't see many of your kind around these parts, so it's no surprise you draw attention. You know what? I've changed my mind. Don't ask for another girl. Clients like you only come around once in a blue moon, so I'd rather not let you go. Let's both avoid making a fuss and stay here together. You make it sound like I'm some kind of exotic animal. Ha ha ha, you're cute when you scowl. That's just his regular face. We can find out if you're an animal later, but you certainly are exotic. You're not even going to pretend this is a business exchange anymore, are you? I mean, why bother? I'm just a leftover scraps that nobody wanted. Ha 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 ha. There was something oddly charming about her gleeful laugh, combined with the stream of self-deprecation, which would have been less of an issue for Yukimasa had he become physically intimate with Pauline yet. Because by comparison, this prostitute would look like nothing more than a couple dried twigs tied together. But he wouldn't be able to see Pauline for another couple months. And he was beginning to think this girl might just do the trick for now. Barf. Their ship was scheduled to stay in port for about a week. Although, they would have to spend some time moving cargo on and off the boat. The stay was, by any large, a recreational one. It was early afternoon, and while much of the crew had gathered together to go drinking, Yukimasa was taking a relaxed walk along the shore. He was no less interested in exploring the unfamiliar port town as anyone else, but unlike them, he wasn't the kind of man whose first instinct was to go straight to the pub. They all jabbed at him for being stiff and tight-assed, none the wiser to the primal urges he kept buried within. And who would ever suspect it either? Who could watch him walk up to an elderly man fishing on the dock, ask, "How's the catch?" with a smile, and imagine a bloodthirsty beast lurked within? Well, he has a pretty darn good mask. The man gave a lazy nod in return, adding, "Ain't half bad today." "You're a sailor, I wager. Am I right?" the man said as Yukimasa made to resume his walk. "You are. Well, a warning for you then, outsider. You do best to stay away from any back alleys after dark." They should be worried about him. It ain't safe at night, nohow. Yukimasa gave the man a half smile, feeling somewhat patronized by his warning. He was plenty capable of discerning where the dangerous parts of town were, and he was confident in his ability to defend himself if someone tried to attack. There's already been several victims. Yukimasa froze. As in murders? Killed the deeder and dead. And they still ain't caught him neither. Wouldn't want any of our guests to end up next on the list. I feel like Yukimasa is taking this like, is this a challenge? Out of curiosity, how does he kill? The old man turned his gaze down, his face becoming a shadow against the clear blue ocean stretching out behind him. He dismembers them. Hard to imagine, eh? Cutting a person into a bunch of pieces. He don't discriminate neither. Neither man, woman, child, don't matter none. He's a sicko, a complete madman. This sounds like Yukimasa. Like, are we describing Yukimasa? For sure we are, right? And they ain't found no pattern to the victims neither. Nothing to say who he might be or who he might choose next. So don't think you're safe just because you're not from around here. Yukimasa could feel his vision narrowing, converging on a single point. Oh, he could imagine. He could imagine clear as the afternoon sky. And oh, how he wished that... Well, that could be. Oh, how... Wait. And oh, how he wished that could be. Well, look who it is. Fancy running into you here. A woman's voice dragged him back to reality. He felt like he had just been pulled up from the bottom of the ocean when he turned to face her. He must have still looked a bit dazed, judging from the way she raised her eyebrow at him. Oh, let me guess. You don't recognize me, not all made up for work. It's me, the girl from yesterday. She held her hair up in an approximation of her previous night's hairstyle, to which Yukimasa gave an ah in feigned realization. So what are you doing wandering out here? Bored? Got nothing better to do? He wondered if the woman was even capable of being less blunt, especially considering he had, technically, been her client the night before. I'm just taking a walk. Not much to see out here. There's the ocean. Don't you get enough of that when you're out on it? I'll never tire of the sight of the sea. Is that so? She said. Followed by a softer, slightly exasperated, I'll never understand guys. But a few seconds later, she gave him a big smile. So hey, you're not busy. Why don't you come to my place? I can throw together a bare-bones little lunch. Again, I'm taking a walk. And bare-bones is hardly a convincing sales pitch. I'm saying if you want a quality meal, pony up for some goods. Ah, so that was what she meant. Apathetic but finding no reason to turn her invitation down, Yukimasa agreed to go along. I've taken a liking to you, she had said. Stop by whenever you've got the chance, at least until you have to take off. I can treat you even better than when I'm on the job, and free of charge. What do you have to lose? So that's exactly what Yukimasa did. Seeing her became part of his daily routine. Why do I have a feeling that she'll die? And Yukimasa will be the reason? And the more time they spent together, the more he learned about her. She had once been married and planning to start a family. But money troubles led to debt piling on, which led to her husband running out on her. And with the entirety of their debt on her shoulders, she had to start working, which was how she ended up at a brothel. As she told her story, Yukimasa showed a fair degree of sympathy, but took the whole thing with a grain of salt. If everything she said was true, she'd had a hard life indeed, but there was no guarantee it was. Yukimasa made certain not to be openly dismissive or skeptical, though. to play the good listener. There was one thing he could be certain of, though. He felt a tiny bit of solidarity in the woman's solitude. The sense she was missing something. The sense she had a hunger. The sense she had a hole that couldn't be filled. The sense that she was defective. You know, we get on pretty well, don't you think? Maybe you could, I don't know, take me as your mistress? She sounded like she was only playing around, but still he responded with, "It's not wise to pair two defectives together." "What's that supposed to mean?" she said with a scowl. Yukimasa's ship was to depart the following day. And that evening the woman asked him to stay the night, to which he was unsure how to react. "Don't you have work?" "I'll just say I wasn't feeling well. It's not like anyone wants me there." "But don't you need I can survive taking one day off. I want to be with you." And with that, he could come up with no further objections. Regardless of what he did, he would be heading back out to the sea the following day, likely never to see the woman again. So rather than waste time debating her own life choices, it would be easier for everyone if he just let her do as she pleased. It's like he's just, he's like, this spends too much energy. Objecting spends too much energy. I might as well. It's like he's just conserving. Tomorrow, none of it would be his concern after all. He agreed, and she gave him a big smile in response. "I'm going to make you a feast tonight," she said. You're paying, though." Yukimasa wondered if, perhaps, what she wanted most was to play like they were a real family. That was probably it. What she was missing in her life wasn't love or romance, but someone to sit around the table and enjoy a meal with. But that raised a new question. What happened after she'd had her fun? She found someone to fill the hole in her spirit, but it was fake, and the hole wouldn't stay filled forever. Oh, I'm doing something terribly cruel to her, aren't I? There was nothing he could do about that anymore, though. Even if she were to ask him to stay, he didn't have that option. "May I ask you something?" he said. "Yeah? How did it feel when you lost your family, your sanctuary? You sure know how to go right for the heart." You could say that! You could say that! "I apologize. I don't want to think about anything that might bring my mood down. If you want to know what it feels like, experience it for yourself. Find yourself a girl and get her to run off on you." Seemingly taking his silence for discomfort, the woman let out a soft laugh and said, "But I don't want you to have to go through that." Supper was a seafood stew. Hardly a feast, but there was a homely warmth to the meal. Something she had likely honed over the years. When a man is incomplete, missing a vital part of what makes him human, what becomes of him? Does he lash out? Does he lose the will to live? Does he forget what kind of man he is? Yukimasa didn't think he fit any of those categories. In the middle of the night, Yukimasa silently slipped out of bed and made his way for the door. Wait. But he didn't make it 2 steps before the woman grabbed him by the sleeve. She must have been awake the whole time. There was no way she could have noticed him leaving otherwise. Don't do this to me. I've had more than enough of waking up to an empty bed. And I'm not going to let it happen again. Not this time. You may think sneaking off without a word is the cleanest way to end things, but you're wrong. Stay until morning. Let me say a proper goodbye. Girl, I swear, you do not want this man by your side. If only you knew. No, I wasn't. You weren't what? Of course you were. I don't care if you think of me as free trail for the week you're just going to forget about when it's over. I'm using you for my own personal satisfaction too. But the one thing I won't stand for is you just up and disappearing on me. You're not the one being left behind, so you don't understand how worthless and pathetic that makes you feel. It hurts. It hurts so much more than anything else you could do. Don't leave me. That was probably what she wanted to say more than anything else. The loneliness that had created a hole in her heart was making waves, and this was the real desire that lay hidden in her words. She didn't want to be alone anymore. I'm not leaving. I'll be back. There's something I wanted to give you, and I was just going to get it. And what would that be? It's my way of showing gratitude. Ahaha, I think the word you're looking for is present. Y'all, the way I'm like, this present could as well be like Yukimasa coming in there with his katana. I don't expect him to come in with anything good. Yes, that. Her eyes were locked with Yukimasa's. She was staring through the darkness in an attempt to ascertain how truthful he was being. After 10 or 15 seconds of glaring, she let him go. I won't be long, he said with a smile. Why am I thinking that Yukimasa would be like, I think ending her misery would be better. Because he is that way. Hi Nuno, welcome! As he walked down the moonlit port, Yukimasa's mind raced. No one truly understands themselves more than superficially. Superficially? Y'all, I can't read today. Some say you know yourself best. Others say it's quite the opposite. The concept of the self is full of such uncertainties. Contradictions. Yukimasa suspected he was suppressing himself with his self. So while he had a reasonable grasp on who his outer self was, his inner self was a complete mystery. And that fact sometimes sent a chill down his spine. Who was he? What did he want in life? Which self, which of his desires was the real him? Self, 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 self. He felt sick. About 30 minutes later, he was back. Within seconds of him knocking on the woman's door, it was open. She must have been waiting there, anxious for his return. The woman met his eyes, gave him a pouty smile, and then slowly lowered her gaze. Her eyes gradually widened, shooting up and down as they did. I've never been very good about thinking of anyone other than myself. I consider myself proficient enough at conversation. But if I'm not careful, my mind always seems to drift back to myself instead of focusing on who I'm talking to. That said, I've spent a great deal of time thinking about you. The woman took a step back. It is the katana, isn't it? Yukimasa followed. And I've concluded this is the best way for me to make you happy. She didn't even have time to let out a shriek. We knew this! Y'all, we knew this! There was only the sound of steel slicing flesh, metal grinding against bone, as the nameless katana pierced the woman's breast. Her mouth flapped open and shut, while her eyes were held wide open, affixed on the man standing before her. Faint gasps escaped her lips in sputters. Perhaps she wanted to scream. Perhaps she wanted to cry and shout and say this wasn't what she wanted. But there wasn't enough strength left in her emaciated body to do either. As blood spilled down the sides of her lips, she muttered the last scraps of her strength. And with it, she forced out her parting words, carefully chosen and enunciated to ensure he heard every last one. She's probably gonna be like, "You're a beast!" And that's what sets it off. Oh, you pitiful man. What kind of hopeless fool would throw their life away just to kill a worthless prostitute? Oh, she got a lot of words out. She cursed him as her life slipped away. Oh, he's gotten cursed twice. By Morgana and her. Still Jacopo is in the lead with 3 curses. Yukimasa, however, let out a laugh and muttered, "Don't you worry. I still have enough control to not act sheerly on impulse." Hey, Yukimasa, you hear about that whore you'd been banging? She was killed last night, cut to pieces like the others. He's the one who did it. To every single one of them, probably, right? I swear, it's like trouble follows you wherever you go. Anyone gonna put this puzzle? Lord Almighty, stay away from me, man. I don't want to catch the attention of whatever evil spirit's taken a liking to you. That was probably best. He would be safer keeping his distance. Yukimasa gazed idly out the poor town as it faded out of view. He then turned toward the ocean. That vast, familiar blue expanse. The waves against the boat sounded vaguely like splashing blood. Can I ask you something, Pauline? Yukimasa said in the warm embrace of his sweetheart. Anything. What would you think if I were actually an unspeakably evil man? Huh? Where'd that come from? She asked with a smile, evidently assuming the question was in jest. Idle curiosity. Well, bad people come in all shapes and forms. What sorts of bad things would you do? How about committing murder? Deceiving people? Is what he's saying. Why didn't you just, pull out the actual thing you wanted to say? Is he afraid of what she might think? I mean, she's always been his tether, so... The words that came from Yukimasa's mouth were not the ones he'd prepared to say, which came as a surprise even to him. Why had he not been able to say what he had wanted? because he's afraid of losing her, he now imagined. What reason could he have possibly had? Did he not want to raise any suspicions? No, that wasn't it. Is being dishonest really evil? Sure, it's bad if you lie to cheat someone out of their money or cause them pain. But no one's perfectly honest with everyone they meet. I try to be straightforward and truthful as best as I can, but I'm sure I slip from time to time. So listen to me, Yukimasa. Pauline gave a wide, infinitely loving smile. Even if you have something to hide, something you're ashamed to tell me, that won't change how I feel about you. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've got nothing to worry about. Besides, I plan to be with you for years and years to come. You want to know what my life's dream is? I'd love to. My dream is to live out a long, quiet life with you. And that's also why he's been like, I just want to live a quiet life. I don't need anything extravagant, just an ordinary life. Slowly growing older, having 3, maybe 4 children. We'd never fight, and eventually, before I knew it, I'd be an old lady thinking, ah, it was an uneventful life, but it was the best I could have asked for. That's the life I want. Seems drama-free. But you just had to choose Yukimasa. Oh. Well, she doesn't know. So we can't blame her. Sweet, sweet Pauline. And what about you? Ah, now he understood. He didn't want to risk cracking the foundation she provided him. The sanctuary she formed around him. Yes, I too wish for a peaceful life with you. A sweet woman with a freaking evil man. Oh! Now we have the painting's ramblings. I'm gonna go get some water first. And do we wanna... How's the music? Is it still too loud, or is it too low now? I mean, some soundtracks are louder. Yeah, Maria cursed them all. Alright, water. So Yukimasa is at 3 curses then, and Jacopo is at 4. Could you make it a little louder? Yes. There. Is this better? I'm just gonna have some snacks. I think I like when the microphone is a little bit over there. So I don't knee it. Having the usual. Dried mangoes. Coconut pineapple taste on a mango. The painting's ramblings. I wonder if it's gonna be like door 1, door 2, door 3. Because painting's ramblings shouldn't be George then. It should be Jacopo, maybe? Or maybe it could be Maria. Because we've had so much Jacopo. Michael's brother. We'll see. Okay, the painting's ramblings. Why, hello there, Giselle. Doing your rounds again? No, this is so fun! If this is George talking to Giselle... Such a diligent young lady you are. Or what if it is when Hayden is alive? You could get away with cleaning this place once every couple decades and no one be the wiser. What? You're not Giselle? That's someone else? Oh, no, you're just the maid? And who am I, you ask? Well, this is quite the pickle. What on earth could have happened while I was dozing off? George turned into a painting. You think you're just a maid, and you think you're the witch at the same time. You've forgotten just about everything, and I don't think anything I say is going to fix that. You do seem a bit mellower now, and not so constantly miserable. Wasn't sure what to say to you before, or if I should say anything at all. So I didn't say much, out of consideration for you. Not that you could really tell from looking at me, I guess. If forgetting takes some weight off ya, then maybe it's for the best. Not that I think you should forget, and not that I want you to forget about Michael. But I won't blame you for choosing not to spend God knows how much longer agonizing over it. Nothing wrong with abandoning ship, especially considering how long you've spent on it. And hey, it hurt me too, seeing you in so much pain. So we both come out on top here, I guess. What a kind painting, you say. Haha, well, thank you kindly. But the truth is, I'm not nearly as upstanding a guy as people think I am. And it was us Bollingers that turned your life upside down and caused you all that misery and suffering. Yeah, I know. The first dumbfounded smile was testament enough. Everything I say is going in one ear and out the other. Which means I'm free to say whatever I want. By the time tomorrow rolls around, you'll have forgotten all about the curious talking painting you chanced upon today. So I'll start with this. It's a huge relief to see you smiling again. It's not the smile of someone right in the head, I can see that much. But it's a lot easier on the eyes and the heart than how you were before. Like I said, I'm a real winner. I'm not particularly concerned about putting up appearances here. Call me heartless if you will. You wouldn't be wrong. I'm not going to pretend I'm some saint, but at the same time, I'm not going to play I'm a cackling villain either. George isn't a villain. If there's one thing I don't want people to see though, it's me looking weak. I'm the laid-back guy, without a care in the world. That's who I want people to see when they look at me. My big brother was your standard cookie-cutter, you can count on me for anything kind of brother. But the one that we could actually count on was George. I mean, that ended up not being the case, but he sure looked the part. And Michael, he always looked up to Dee, went to him for everything, gave him all his love. Aw. He must have felt a little bit like left to the side. Dee was tall and well-built, muscular. Everything about him screamed manly man. And I kinda admire that too, though not nearly as much as Michael did. I became a painter in part because I didn't want to follow in my brother's footsteps. Not to say I don't like painting. I love it. But people weren't going to be inclined to compare us as often. I didn't have to be as fit as him, or as good at chess. I had my own thing to be good at. Art. I couldn't beat him at his own game, so I beat him at mine. And my whole not a care in the world deal was probably, at least on some level, a shield against having to admit I couldn't compare. If we were a few years further apart, maybe I could have just had the same admiration and respect for him as Michael. But there's not much getting past that boyish competitiveness when you're so close in age. I know I've been rambling at you for a while already, but would you mind sticking around a little longer? Great. I've got an old story I'd like to get off my chest. This is something I was planning to take to the grave, and something I don't think Giselle ever needs to know. But well, you say you're not Giselle anymore, and I'm already in the grave, so what the hell. I'm just gonna talk to myself for a bit here, and if you'd kindly forget anything you may overhear, that'd be lovely. Back before I became a painting, I was the head of the Bollinger family, though I spent most of my time painting. It really wasn't the job for me though. A guy who half-assed his way straight through life. So I left all the businessy stuff to my wife, Amy. We hate her. Now she was a real capable girl. If she'd been born a guy, she would have made one heck of a diplomat. Possibly even caught the king's eye. Before we were married, she'd had a bit of a fling with Dee. A bit of a fling with your brother? Which she felt real bad about later. Probably didn't help that I had a tendency to bring it up from time to time. Not all the time, just occasionally. Yeah, because she was unfaithful to you as well. I would have been most upset with Dee. Like the brother. That's sickening. But that aside, she was faithful. No, she wasn't. Hard-working partner. It didn't take long for us to become known as the Dope and his able bride. To which Amy would always interject, "George is a very capable man, thank you very much." Now that probably makes it sound like I just shoved all the work up of running the house onto her. But in truth, she wanted the job. She quite enjoyed it. And who was I to complain? It also meant I didn't have to deal with one of the family's more significant dilemmas. Namely, my mother. Not to be crass, but Mom was not quite all there. She'd always been a bit of a nervous wreck, and it didn't take much to set her off. But it was what happened with Michael that finally broke her. Mom had, I guess you could say, a very particular image of what she wanted Michael to be. And he ended up not fitting that image. Now, you're probably thinking, that doesn't seem like such a big deal. But it is. I just want to tell you why. I just can't tell you why. Michael has to be the one to tell you. Anyway, some bad stuff went down, and at the end of it all, Mom was constantly hovering over the edge. Dad gave up on her entirely, and I just wasn't sure how to approach her, so I kept my distance. Amy was the only one in the family who would actively engage with Mom. So while she had betrayed me once, I had come to trust Amy again. Oh, hi Neskeys! Good to see you! I hope you're enjoying the playthrough of Final Fantasy XII. We had a couple kids. I turned into a doting father, and life was swell. All my problems swept under the rug. Mom's condition, Michael. I left it all to Amy and enjoyed a pleasant, carefree life. George, if you only knew how horrible, what a demon Amy is. But then, Giselle, or I guess you're just the maid now. Not long after, Michael died. My oh my, you really aren't Giselle anymore, huh? So, back to my rambling. Michael died, and I got furious at Dee over it. But I keep coming back to that. Who really deserved the brunt of the blame in that situation? It's nice and comfy to sit back and do nothing. You can throw blame around all you want. It wasn't your fault after all. You're not the one who killed him, you know. It wasn't long afterwards that Dee died too. Killed on the battlefield. I was told he died a very noble death, but I couldn't help but think he was in a hurry to escape. Listening to the news, I kept telling myself I shouldn't snapped at him like that. I shouldn't blamed him. Dee had to choose between protecting Mom or protecting our brother, and he settled on Mom. Y'all, I'd just be like, Mom, you're just gonna have to deal with it. Ain't no way I'm killing my brother. He was too hard-headed to come up with a way to protect them both. Though, even if he had, it was too risky. He served the church directly, and we were all under its thumb. Cowards. If word spread that one of our own had supposedly sold his soul to the devil, that would be the end of the Bollinger family. I wouldn't have escaped unscathed either. Losing both of my brothers in quick succession crushed me. And as I started breaking down, it was you, guessed it, Amy, who come forward. It's terrible what happened, but it's not your fault. That was around when I began sensing something was off. I mean, she'd had a thing with Dee. You'd expect she would have been bawling her eyes out right alongside me. So why on earth was she so calm? But I didn't press her on it. She's very manipulative. And it took him such a long time to realize. This goofball George. Too naive. I knew I wouldn't get an answer even if I did. And I also didn't have much of a right to question Amy when I was pushing all my problems onto her. Doubly so, knowing the opening my dumb mouth was what had done this to Dee in the first place. And before long, we went back to our normal routine. About 8 years after Michael's death, Mom was gone too, and the Bollinger family was down to me, Amy, and our 2 sons. I had started teaching the boys how to paint, and I loved every minute of it. And then one day, I started feeling unwell. My fingers would get kind of tingly, such that holding a brush for long periods of time would hurt. Yeah, all I can think about is she poisoned him to get well, since she's a woman at this time, in this time period, she wouldn't get the estate and all of it with it, but the sons, she had 2 sons. So gradually, my time spent both teaching and painting dwindled, and even leaving the manor became difficult. At first, I just thought it was a little strange, nothing to be worried about. She killed him! But then it started getting real bad, and I'd be stuck in bed for days at a time. We called a doctor to look at me, but he couldn't find anything wrong. Amy said I must be overworking myself, and she made me these nice, hearty meals, hoping to bring back my energy. Nah, because we know for a fact, this demon is the reason George died. But my condition only got worse. Eventually, I started losing my appetite. But Amy, she insisted I eat anyway, or I would never get better. That's why he got worse. So you know what I did? I tossed out the meals she made when she wasn't looking. Smart! Smart George! He was on to her, even if it took such a long time. I sent my younger boy out to town to buy me food in secret. And for a while I ate that instead of Amy's meals, making sure it looked like nothing had changed. And after a week or 2, the tingling in my fingers started going away. I always wanted for George to know how Amy actually was. I guess he did realize. I could only laugh. Laugh and laugh and grit my teeth, then cry my eyes out. He must have also been like thinking that, oh, Amy also took care of Michael that half year. So what has she done to him? And Michael was just quiet about it. I made a life with this woman, trusted her, and she goes out, she goes and does this. Anger and sorrow were drowned out by raw heartbreak. My firstborn. He was getting to be about the age he could take over, which is why I had used my younger son to run errands for me. I couldn't be sure the two weren't working together. I was at a total loss. What are you supposed to do when your wife's trying to poison you to a slow death? Even now, I'm not sure what the right course of action in that situation would have been. Maybe I could have banished her, had her punished, but remember, I was only head in name. She handled everything, and there was no way I would have been able to pick up the pieces after throwing her out. And if my suspicions were right, and my older boy was in on it too, getting rid of Amy wouldn't have solved anything. To have your son as well turn on you, well, the suspicion is there. What then? Spend the rest of my days living in fear of my own family. I was, by that point, worn pretty thin, both physically and emotionally. Every thought led me to the worst possible outcome. I couldn't, for the life of me, come up with a workable solution. Eventually, I got it into my head that it was punishment, that I deserved it. Obviously, what Amy was doing wasn't right, but my hands weren't exactly clean either. Maybe Mom could have recovered if I had looked after her. Maybe Dee would still be alive if I had put myself in his shoes instead of just snapping at him. He's just putting all the blame on himself now. Maybe if I had given everyone the care and attention they deserved, Michael wouldn't have had to die. Burying your head in the sand doesn't absolve you of responsibility. And that takes a lot of courage to admit. And when I finally realized how great a sin inaction was, it was far too late. I'm dumb, short-sighted, and I hated myself for not figuring that out sooner. It should have been stupidly obvious what my action and inaction were doing to the people around me. I should have seen all of this coming. Yeah, Amy had betrayed me, but she wasn't the only one guilty of that. When I was going through Michael's stuff after his death, I came across a painting that had been torn to shreds, that I had made. By refusing to use my head, I had done something that denied his identity. And he left this world still carrying the pain I had caused him. Y'all, I love George because he's realizing all of this. Even if it took time, he's realizing all the faults. And that he had caused Michael pain because of this painting. By the time I had come to that conclusion, I wondered why I was even alive at all. I couldn't blame anyone for wanting me dead. So I started eating Amy's meals again, knowing good and well it would likely kill me. I didn't stop sending my younger boy out though. Just not for food. I also strongly encouraged him to move out and become a court artist. Then, I started painting again. It was going to be my final piece. Every day, the tingling in my hands spread a little farther, My breathing grew a little more labored. I was afraid I might not finish while I was still able to get out of bed, but I somehow managed. It was the most harrowing experience I'd had painting something in my entire life. True to her facade, Amy stayed at my side until my last breath. She held my hand tight, giving me a strained smile. It didn't occur to me at the time, but Amy always seemed to be smiling, no matter what. In a way, it's kind of impressive how she managed to keep up the loving wife act while simultaneously loading me up with poison. Oh, I can just see this scene in front of me. George is looking at her and thinking about this. Tell me, Amy, how deep did your poison flow? When you were looking after Mom, did you talk about Michael? Knowing you probably figured out he was still alive. Well, the backstage episode did hint on this. And I bet you read his final letter to her. It was you who pushed her to set everything in motion, wasn't it? 110% was her. There were so many things I wanted to say, but I stayed my tongue and made these my parting words. I loved you so much, Amy, so I ask you this. Keep my last painting in memory of me. I have no idea if she actually did as I requested, but the last thing I saw before I passed was her nodding, a smile on her lips. The paint I used to make it, I mixed with a special something I had my younger boy go out and buy for me. A substance that, according to what I was told, slowly dissolves into the air, making it toxic. Oh, that is... Oh, okay, George. Okay, George, let's go. He's an assassin. An assassin painter. And it has some sort of reaction with the paint as well, turning it almost black. Ah. I'm quite proud of how it turned out, if I do say so myself. It was a gorgeous landscape painting. Sorry for rambling at you for so long. That's the end of my story. Were you even listening to me? What? You have to go clean the fireplace? Well, alright. Don't let me keep you. Just please make sure you forget everything by tomorrow, alright? I'm counting on you. I know, why even say anything, right? I want to tell someone. I just don't want anyone to actually know about it. The human heart's a big ball of contradictions like that, you know? You don't? Oh, okay. Well, see ya. It'll be another few decades before you come by again, I imagine. And when you do, will it be our first time meeting again? Will you even be able to hear my voice anymore by then? Maybe it'd be best if I forgot everything too. Who knows? So long, maid. And take care. When an angel comes to judge me, how will his scales tilt? Innocent! Towards forgiveness, or towards reckoning. But you know, I don't want it to be an angel who makes that decision. No. You don't have to be an angel. You don't have to be an angel at all. These short stories are very good. My favorite out of these three, definitely the third one. Sometimes I can knock out quite a few episodes in one day, so it depends how many have been uploaded. Well, right now I'm quite slow with the uploads. I'm trying to do like two in a week, just because I have so much going on, and I haven't even started to play Final Fantasy VIII yet, so so I'm a little behind. Right, we should do gift, right? Return to menu, or did something else pop up? Hold on, let me just check sub episodes again. Nope. Nothing popped up there. So we're going for gift, right? You need to do one more. Backstage. Huh? Where is that one? I did the backstage on the main game. Another backstage. But where is it? Is it the gift one? Ah, okay, this is how it looks. Okay. Backstage. Let's go! Please, I don't want to see Amy. Please, I don't want to see Amy. That text. I guess it's time for the obligatory backstage segment. I'm not really in the mood right now, so let's make this quick. Off to see Michael then. Jaren just whew! So random. She'll probably come back around again. What the? Something just zoomed past me. Jaren enters stage left. I love her. Hey there, Morgs. Haven't seen you in forever. You've gotten real big, huh? You must be getting pretty close to my age by now. But oh boy, that's one mean-looking getup. Something's got you in a bad mood. It was a little more than a bad mood that turned me into a witch. What are you even doing here? Is there something wrong with that? You tell me. Look at the background art. Look at me. This is the cursed mansion. Details. Wouldn't be much fun of an extra if we got caught up in silly quibbles like internal consistency. I suppose, but... And if you ask me, you're the one who doesn't belong there, here, Morgs. Huh? What is that supposed to mean? The story this time around was from before the mansion went all spoopy and gloomy and creepy crawly. So I say, yes. Let's blow this joint! Are we really gonna blow it up? What? Hey, stop pulling on my arm. We've landed, Captain. Why here? And why am I so young? Because this is the Morgs we all know and love. Changing what I look like doesn't change what I am. I'm not that foolish little girl anymore. I think it's an adorable combination. Mini cursing morgues. I'll take a dozen. She's so likable. I'll have you know, I'm not for sale. Ugh. It's impossible to keep my footing around you. Hehe. Thanks, Morgs, I try. That wasn't a compliment. I almost forgot. There was one other thing I wanted to change. Just for the extra. Huh? Change what? Scars go away. Come again and another day. Woohoo! Jaren is a magician! We all healed. Hey, you can't just nursery rhyme my scars away. Well, she just did! Do you have any idea how much suffering they've caused me over the years? What's the big deal? If it hurts, isn't it better if it's gone? Plus, I was told anything goes. 'Cause this is an extra. I've reached enlightenment. I'm just wasting my energy trying to fight you, it seems. That's the spirit! Embrace the extra and have fun. No one will ever be able to embrace the extra as much as you. Just because I've surrendered doesn't mean I'm magically having fun. You're as hard-headed as ever, Morgs. Well, what can you do? Anyway, time to do some backstagey stuff. Let's go talk to people. First up is the main character of our Requiem for Innocence, Jackie! Drum rolls! Well, you're going alone. Oh, come on, at least give it a little thought. I've given it centuries of thought, thank you very much. Ah. And here I thought you liked Jackie, Morgs. I despise him. Weird. I remember the two of you being like two peas in a pod. There were a few incidents after you died. To put it lightly. So if you wish to speak with him, you can do so without me. I don't care how much you pull. I'm not going, and that's that. Fine. Thank you. I'll bring Jackie here then. By the power vested within me, I summon you, Jackie. She really is a magician. What? What? And it's the Barney here version of Jacopo. What the frick? And now he's even older. What happened? What? Jaren and Morgana. You've gotten younger. And your face is healed. Hey, dear Jackie. Whoa, what's with the duds? You look kinda like the Lord. That's wild. Jaren, can you get back the other Jacopo? You know, the slum rat Jacopo and not this guy? Is that possible? Because I am the Lord. Weird. My Lord was Francois, not you. Oh, she's right! Girl died before anything could happen. Well, there were a few incidents after you died. To put it lightly. Huh? Well, either way, this is the backstage. So I'd rather you be the Jackie I always knew. Excuse me? I cannot simply become someone else. She's like, abracadabra! Shazam, go away with you! And quit talking so stuffy. It's giving me the heebie-jeebies. The boy I used to be died many years ago. I am no longer a foolish child with his head in the clouds. Jeez. You're both stubborn as mules, aren't you? I bet Morgs is super uncomfortable with you in that outfit. So back you go! Fine. Are you happy now? Y'all, I love these backstages. They're so funny. Getting closer. You're hanging halfway off the screen. Are you shy? Just so you don't get any stupid ideas. I'm not going to be nicer to you just because you changed clothes. Wow, she's so savage. I love her. Then what was even the point? Come on, guys. You're gonna set the place on fire if you keep throwing around sparks like that. Maybe you'll chill out a bit if the rest of the gang's here. You're not planning on bringing everyone back, are you? He's like... you better not get Barnier here. You bet I am. Can't have a reunion of the slum crew without Boss and Beefcake. Okay. Oh, she left out Barnier. Wait, slow down. Also, Beefcake, you know, might want to go after him again. Okay, team, let's get going. Let go of me, damn it. You're coming too, Morgs. I'm perfectly fine here. Full speed ahead! I love her. Yay! Maria! Hey guys, it's been a hot minute. Gratian, I liked you at some points. It sure has. Beefy as ever, I see. And you look as dopey as I remember. The haha. And hey to you too, boss. Still the hottest girl in town. Haha, thanks. You haven't changed a bit, I see. That said, what's he doing here? Well, this is an awkward reunion. This is a very awkward reunion. No way, you're not happy to see Jackie either? I thought you two were super duper close. You missed a few incidents after you died, girl. Apparently the whole world turned upside down, the way everyone's talking about it. Water under the bridge, everyone. This is a behind-the-scenes extra, whatever the hell that means. So let's have fun with it, like good old times. I like the way you think, Beefcake. Hell yeah! Well, Gratian, for sure you don't want to talk about, you know, when you went after Jacopo. Of course you're like, yeah, everyone, let's have fun! I wasn't jealous. May I say something? Go for it. You tried to assassinate me. If anything, you should be begging for forgiveness. Oh yeah, that did happen, huh? Yes, it happened, and because of it, I started seeing ghosts and my console got killed and I just about lost my goddamn mind. What's done is done. Water under the bridge. Easy for him to say. You can't just erase years of agony with a few words. Beefcake had some beef with Jackie and ended up roast beef. Haha, you're a genius! I'm just imagining her laugh like that. That's why I'm doing that. Was that all my suffering was? The punchline to a bad joke. Anyway, that's how we're doing things. Whoosh! Right under the bridge for you too, boss. Let's have fun. Don't think I'm going to be any nicer to him just because this is an extra. Morgs was just saying the same thing. I only got a quick overview of what happened after I died. But I think you of all people could have given Jackie a little more benefit of the doubt. What he really needed was someone who'd believe in him through thick and thin. Well, that is true. That is true. But also Maria heard... the things Maria heard about Jacopo... Of course, she wasn't gonna think that there was any part of the old Jacopo left there. Near the end, rather than just listening to Mel, was it? You should have given your old friend Jackie a chance to explain. Did Jaren just say something sensible? Wait, how do you even know about Mel? I intercepted signals from the great beyond. Right, I forgot. Anything goes here. If we're only talking the Requiem time frame, then yeah. Maybe you could argue I didn't trust him as much as I could have. But we have a whole nother life under our belts you don't know anything about. I've got 2 eras worth of hatred for this bastard. Ah, you mean the third door? Once again, how the hell do you know about that? The great beyond! She's far beyond any of our comprehension, at least. The point is, in that life, his family killed my family. That was just his family, though. Jackie didn't have anything to do with that, did he? You can't blame the kid for what the parents do. He made mean to his damn maid. Well, isn't being a maid, you know, better than being in the slums? Doing what you're doing now? I would say that is 1,000 times better. To take care of you, right? She's trying to find points to hate him. But she's like, oh, darn it. Jackie isn't a black-hearted villain. You don't have to tell me that. There's just too much I can't brush under the rug. That's sad. It's not every day we get the whole gang back together. So I was hoping we could make it into a nice reunion. I was super excited for this backstage event. Oh, fine. Fine! I'll act normal. But only until this is over. And you quit pouting over there like a little beep! If I'm doing this, you're damn well doing it too. Right. Sorry. I said quit it with the pouty shit. You didn't have any problem acting more spirited in other similar extras. So why are you being such a downer this time? Don't you think that's asking a bit much after how Requiem ended? I'm pretty sure I was breaking character in the other ones anyway. But now I'm just normal young Jacopo. It sure was one hell of a heavy story, huh? I didn't expect it'll end with everyone dead. It was hardly a surprise for those of us who know how the main game ended. Everyone could have lived happily ever after, if only that attack on the brothel didn't happen. So sad. No kidding, goddamn. If it wasn't for that... Now he's like, oh. Oh. Hold on a sec. You conveniently skipped over the important fact that it was you who caused the attack in the first place. Well, I didn't do anything. You goddamn know you did. You were the Lord's mole. Oh, right. That. But I didn't think that was what would happen. I assumed those herbs were just a regular gift. I was just as surprised out of my pants as anyone. She's never had anything inside that head of hers. Anyway, like I said, whoosh under the bridge! The point right now is to have a fun little chat. The pile of crap you're trying to fit under this bridge is a bit too tall! But what do you want to talk about? This backstage thing's for screwing around, yeah? So say, let's have us a drinking contest. Again? I'm not sure I follow your train of logic. You never stop bitching, do ya, kid? Jackie is about 80% B after all. What's the rest? Personally, I'm perfectly fine with screwing around for a few hours, but I'd kinda like it if we could all do a quick rundown of what happened in the story together. It could be fun to like compare Requiem to the main game's final chapter and point out where they're different. That would be a change of pace, I suppose. Putting the spin in spin-off. That doesn't actually work, you know. Alright, well, get to it. And then be done with it so I can leave. You're no fun, Morgs. I don't want to spend any more time here than necessary. Jackie, you make sure she doesn't go anywhere. And while you're at it, hold her tight and whisper sweet nothings. Do it and you're deader than dead. I completely understand Morgana. I feel like things would proceeded much smoother without me. Hey now, don't be such a downer. We're brothers in arms. I'd be real upset if you left. Gratien. For a split second, I was almost touched. Then I remembered you tried to assassinate me. Something like that. But I'll still never forgive you for what you did to me. Someone needs to give you whooshing lessons. Well, Jacopo, then you cannot expect Morgana to forgive you either. But he knows. It took us all of 10 lines to get off track and back to screwing around. Can we get down to business here? Aye, aye, Captain. Ooh. Oh my god, such beautiful covers. And y'all, I'm sorry, but it was so evil. It was so freaking evil. To get this in the collector's edition box, and you have to choose which side you want to have showing. Like one side, there's this one. The other side, there's that one. What do I do? How do I solve that? Make it into like an acrylic wall? Do I have to make an acrylic wall of it? Do I have to make it like spinnable? I'll probably have to. Yeah, I mean that could be a good idea. Do something with it because I can't pick. Like this gorgeous poster or this gorgeous poster? Ta-da! On the right, we have the key visual for the main game, and on the left is Requiem, where Jackie is the hero? What was the question mark for? Requiem tells the story of Jackie's younger days, followed by the true version of events from the main game's final chapter. The first half was probably pretty surprising to a lot of people, since we only got a super duper teensy weensy look at that part of his life in the main game. There were a lot of new characters too. Well, the whole lot of us did get lumped under companions over there, yeah. Pretty rude of them not to mention such a memorable, sweet and adorable girl like myself. You certainly did leave quite the lasting impression, including how you went out. Tee-hee-hee, why thank you, Jackie. Someone needs to teach you what a real compliment sounds like. The point is, going into any more detail in the main game would have distracted from the actual story at hand, which had a different focus. Ah, you mean with Snowy? Snowy? He's all white and cold like snow, so Snowy! You should call him that next time you see him, Jackie. Gotta make sure you've always got a friend or you'll start self-destructing again. He is the last person I want to make friends with. Oh, why? Oh, why? He seems like a good guy. Because Morgana's taken such a goddamn liking to him. Being friends is out of the question. Oh, I just hear jealousy. Jealousy, jealousy, jealousy. And who wouldn't absolutely freaking love Michael? I'd rather put a bullet between his eyes. Jacopo, Jacopo. Keep your pathetic thoughts under control. Whoop! I swear on my life, not a thing went through my head, Morgana. And don't say my name, you'll taint it. And things were going so well between you two. Let me tell you something, and you might want to write it down. All's well that ends well, and all's bad that ends bad. All those dots were making things sorta uncomfortable, so let's move on. The dots have been making us uncomfortable too. We've been like, why the dots? Why? Something's about to happen! Sounds like a plan. Okie dokie. Let's keep this train chugging. Nah, a screenshot! One of the real highlights of the first part is getting to see everyone so young and innocent and fumbling around. All the sweet human drama and a rare look at somewhat reasonable version of Jackie. Excuse you. You can't say she's wrong though. You went really far off the rails after you became the Lord and during the third door. Well, during the third door, I think that he could have... If he listened to the white-haired girl, he wouldn't have gone off the rails. His mind could have been mended. But this... He did too many bad decisions. And the crucial one being towards Morgana. Ugh. Hell, you were pretty down to earth in your thoughts and that flashback in the third chapter too. So why is it you have to climb up on a fucking ivory tower anytime you talk to anyone else? You're not such a haughty beep normally. I'm just trying to make sure people don't look down on me. And you're going about it the entirely wrong way. She just had to add that. Bitch. Jackie's generally been the starts out as a colossal dickweed, turns out he's kinda soft-hearted deep down, and wasn't always this bad character. But for Requiem, your character arc went in the opposite direction. Tell me something, Jaren. That description's not how you really feel about me, is it? Everything's in quotes is straight from the author. Well, that's good to hear. I think. Whatever, continue. Getting to see young Jackie growing up and making friends and doing all sorts of young people stuff is great, but you can't forget about the bits from Morg's perspective. There's nothing worth mentioning about anything from my perspective. I disagree. You were big, bad, evil, dark Morgs for all of the main game. And even when you told Snowy about your past, it was all ooh and ah. Don't describe it like that. It's confusing and misleading, and no one reading can hear you making spooky sounds as you say it. I just did. When the person telling it's being all blah and blah, people are gonna get a different impression about who you are. Now even I'm not sure what you're trying to say anymore. She has a point though. It's pretty impressive how differently the story comes off, told from your perspective as a 9 to 12-year-old girl. Seeing such a wide range of emotion in you brings tears to my eyes. You're just imagining it. It's perfectly normal to be emotional. You were just a little kid. Right, she was just a kid. You'd just be a bit of a sourpuss, but of course, a completely ordinary girl. If that part was all there was to your story. But this little shit had to go and turn you into a witch. Jacopo getting roasted every single second they get. And then you went on to hold what? Like a 1,000-year grudge or something? I'm not totally sure what they're going on about, but it sounds like you're getting the crap kicked out of ya, kid. But don't worry, Gratian's here to sweep in to your rescue. Yeah, I don't think so. So what all do you do anyway? As penance for what I did to you in Requiem, I'll stick up for you no matter how bad you're cocked up. I kept Morgana imprisoned for half a year and killed her. Sorry, ain't no sticking up for that. Y'all, I love this. I love that nobody is on his side. They're all like, wow. That's the shittiest thing you could ever do. In addition to that, in his next life, he imprisoned half of my soul. Yep, can't defend that, kid. Sorry. This is all of us. But I know how to fix this. Oh? Should we just remove Jacopo? Fix it? That's possible? He's like, how do I fix this? Hell yeah. You just gotta hook up with a girl who's into that sort of thing. You wanna lock someone up? She wants to be locked up. Everyone wins. Oh, Gratian. There's only beef in your head, but you know what? I guess that works. Hey, slow down. I didn't imprison anyone because I wanted to. You mean that's not your kink? No, goddammit! Enough of this, move on. I'm going to be bullied for the rest of eternity if we don't proceed. Aye aye. As Requiem's first part goes on, we see Morg slowly opening up. She starts off screaming about dirty whores and divine punishment, and eventually she chillaxes into a pretty normal girl. Can't you describe anything normally? Just watching that heart of ice melt is the cutest thing in the world. And it was, of course, Jackie who helped make that possible. Me, Boss, and the other girls spent a lot of time with Morgs. But Jackie was the one who really showed the most concern for her. At first, he only did it out of pity. And maybe some of what Francois said at the beginning too. So he could pat himself on the back and pretend he did a good deed. But before long, his feelings changed. He started to think of her like family, someone he cared deeply about. And then, those feelings changed again during the bit with the sunrise. Ah, so young, so sweet. Jackie and Morg sitting in a tree. No, we're not having that. She does know how the story ends, right? I didn't just imagine us talking about that, did I? But then, everyone's happy days came to a sudden terrible end. Jackie felt completely powerless, helpless to do anything, and it crushed him. This event changed the course of his life forever. Using a ring with the Barnier family crest given to him by a noblewoman, he led the people of the slums into revolution. But I'm guessing he was driven more by hatred than anything else. Not for the bandits that attacked the brothel, but his own worthless self. And then, revolution time! Yeah, Francois, you kick butt! Oh my gosh! Oh. Of course she backing him. That's all you care about, isn't it? Oh, you were pretty decent too, Jackie. You make it sound like I'm just a footnote. I'm not kidding. You were pretty impressive. Right off the bat, you killed the guard by throwing a knife at him. That takes skills. And he got me right between the eyes in the third door. Did he kill a bunch of people then too? Oh yeah, tons of them. He was a mafioso after all. Oh, scary. So as you can see, Jack is a lot more capable than he seems. He just uses that capability for all the wrong things and ends up ruining everything he touches. Oh my gosh. You've got looks, money, power, smarts. How are you such a train wreck of a human being? Oh my gosh! Took the words out of my goddamn mouth. Like we were all thinking this. But it made his story very, very interesting. His downfall. Wouldn't I like to know? Power and revenge. He's also really susceptible to being caught off guard. In the third door, while he was distracted with everything going on with his wife, he let himself get shanked by his coachman. Shanked by his coachman! And at one of the options near the end of the final chapter, that crazy madman with the sword took your head clean off. Whoa! Was that one of the dead ends? You probably could have prevented that if you hadn't let Snowy get under your skin so easily. Hey guys, can we stop talking about all the ways I've screwed up? Let's move on already. Oh, if you insist. So the first part ends with the revolution, a huge success. And in the second part, suffering and misery. But before that, it's time for the intermission. Here you get to see me and Francois together. I definitely wasn't expecting that monster to take the spotlight at any point. He had a lot going on himself. That doesn't make him any less of a twisted murderer. Francois definitely loves his dread and despair. He reminds me of a certain beast. That certain beast is a bit more direct with his violence, though. I have to say, it completely knocked my socks off when we found out it was him you had a thing for. I totally thought you were just thrown into the game so Jacopo could build a harem. Either that or someone just there to, I don't know, help awaken him to his interest in girls before he went after the main heroine. If that was all the author was going to use such a disgustingly adorable girl like me for, I'd place the big dummy curse on them. What an unthreatening curse. That threw me for a damn loop too. The official site even sticking that bit in about how a certain someone has caught her eye had me convinced it was Jacopo. Yeah, the official site's character profiles are always a bit misleading. Like for the main game, Boss's profile said she was the white-haired girl's only ally, which turned out to be a huge lie. Hopefully no one tries to nail them for false advertising. You know, the more we talk about it, the more I feel like you're just really fucking pathetic, Jacopo. Shut your damn mouth! I know I am! And on to the second part. From here, we start getting closer and closer to the main game's final chapter. But Jack is still mostly reasonable at the beginning. He tries his best to be a better lord and govern his land. As a side note, one of the traits listed on your character outline is hardworking. Here, you work your butt off to improve the city. In the third chapter, you work your butt off to improve business. But you're super bad at picking allies. So you end up not trusting anyone, unable to open up, unable to tell who's on your side and who isn't, and eventually destroying yourself for it. And to top it off, you don't like people looking down on you, so you do everything in your power to be a huge jerk. Pathetic! I want to disappear. As he gets deeper and deeper into politics of running a city, Jackie's perspective and priorities start changing. But what really pushes him over the edge is Beefcake's beef with him. Sorry for screwing things up for you, kid. Wipe that shit-eating grin off your face. And it's all downhill from there. His console dies and he's stuck seeing the ghost of Francois and all sorts of other dangerous people who didn't show up as more than footnotes try to do all sorts of terrible things to him. And before long, Jack is a broken mess. I feel much the same now. Oh, and for the record, Francois' ghost wasn't an actual ghost. It was Jackie's hallucination. Snowy had some ghost troubles in the main game too, but that was a real deal ghost. Well, yes, it was me. I would have much preferred to have Morgana tormenting me than Barnier hovering around trying to undermine everything. Seriously, dude, keep your masochistic fantasies to yourself. Everyone can hear him! Would everyone stop trying to read my goddamn mind? So, little by little, the old Jackie disappears and he turns into a bad, bad guy. That's one of the most painful parts of this story. Watching someone put in an honest, solid effort to improve things, only to end up being corrupted. Like I was saying earlier, Jackie really needed someone he could trust in his life. It would have been nice if he could have found someone else after Old Lone died. That's not his name, but... Old Lone! His name is Odilon. I know! It was a pun on old and lone. You can't just smash two words together and call it a pun. What I should have done is made me your consul from the get-go. Dude! You wanted to be the Lord! You went after Jacopo! You wanted to assassinate him! There was no talking to you! You already poisoned him as well. I would have never been able to get anything done. And it would have only enabled you to go after my head quicker. Have a little faith in me, kid. You were always really aggressively competitive with Jackie. If anyone, I think it should have been Boss as his consul. Ooh, yes! That was my plan, and it's the whole reason I was learning to read. Oh! I had no idea. Never ended up being any use, of course. Boo. I think if you were going to go see him, boss, you should have done so a lot sooner than you did. Excuse me? It would have been better if you'd crashed in shouting, "What the hell are you doing, Jacopo?" the day he put Beefcake's head out on a spike. You would have probably still been able to get through to him then. She would have, but, you know, defending Maria a bit here, I think that she might have also thought that maybe he would have done the same thing to her, because she didn't know. She didn't know what he could pull. But Jaren, you're onto something! Of course, you're plenty at fault here too, Jackie. You needed to learn to be more open. But that doesn't let you off for not dragging it out of him either, boss. She's making so much sense. I can't believe she's got Maria with her back to the wall. You seem sharper than usual here in the backstage, Jaren. I thought you were supposed to be an airhead. I flipped on my super smart switch for the occasion. Super smart is clearly an exaggeration, but I can't deny you're much more clever than you were in Requiem. The author tweaked me a bit because we wouldn't get anywhere otherwise. True. It was the miscommunication as well. And we had a miscommunication in the third door as well. I can see the fourth wall crumbling. Hasn't it always been my job to run these things anyway? Why did you end up with it this time? 'Cause if you were in charge, you'd skip over all this and go straight to see Snowy. Proceed. Aye aye. So once Jackie's gone off the rails, he starts getting cruel and merciless. He tears down farms and works slaves to death, and overall everyone kinda starts hating his guts. He did the same sort of shit in the third door too. Put a factory out of business and made a whole lot of fans for it. There's no such thing as a world where everyone can be happy. That may be true in general, but in your case you were just being a fucking shitheel. Ugh. And then we get to the big turning point. Him locking Morgus up in the tower. About that, Morgana, the only whooshing I will be doing is sending your soul straight to hell. What? Your soul straight to hell! This is the one screw up you really can't talk yourself out of. That is true. Though it's at least more understandable than how it was presented in the main game, I think. That was the super short version of it, so you didn't get to see much of how he had painted himself into a corner. But here, that was the focus. And then we switch over to Morg's perspective. Probably the most important part of getting Morg's perspective is that scene where she finally throws off her mask and reveals her true feelings. Yeah, that. I can't believe you felt so strongly. You didn't even hint at it when we were together. But then, you just straight out said, "Will you stay with me?" That was a dream sequence, you oaf. What? I was a child and my mind was running wild. There was nothing to it. You can't just brush it all under the rug like that. It's too important of a moment. But I know the truth. You don't actually hate me. I don't completely revile the slave man. But I will always detest you, the Lord. Now, can you imagine my utter dismay upon learning the two were the same? I'm sorry. Man, you're getting roasted from every direction for this backstage, Jackie. And he deserves it! And everyone in the comments probably roasting him too. Considering how badly he screwed everyone over, is that a surprise? So back to the story. While she goes all sappy once, Morgs ends up hardening back up, as she spends more time alone. This wasn't mentioned explicitly in the game, but apparently one of Old Lone's men actually stopped by her little lakeside cottage once. What? But since Morgs didn't open the door to anyone who wasn't there for her leafy greens, she ended up chasing him off. I believe the exact phrasing was, and I quote, "I sent away anyone who wasn't here for medicine." That's what that line was there for. Exactly how many opportunities were missed? Things might have gone differently had she opened the door. Well, she had scary things happen to her, so of course, a young girl wouldn't open the door like that. Heck, a woman wouldn't. Morgs makes her way to the Lord's Manor, where Jack is waiting. They have a heartwarming reunion, and then she becomes his consul and transforms the city into a theonomy. It becomes a new holy land, for which a new wave of crusades begins. Exciting stuff. You realize the crusades began almost a century after we all died, right? Anyway, I wouldn't have made her into my consul if I had found her. If anything, my bride. Jacopo, shut the hell up! Shut the hell up, you need to go to prison for this. In jail with you! I will murder you with my own two hands. For the love of God, stop reading my mind. Stop having your mind! While she is all holed up, a flaxen-haired young man pays Morgs a visit. The boy formerly known as Mal. What's he known as now? The boy formerly known as Mel manages to get through Morg's shell briefly. The reason for which is a lot clearer in Requiem. But of everyone and everything from her old life, it was the slave man she could ultimately never forget. I did forget his name and what he looked like, though. Maybe things could have turned out differently if you hadn't. I don't want to hear this from you, Jacopo. I don't want to hear this from you. Remembering you wouldn't have made you any less of a monster. Thank you very much. And it was more like you locked that information away than actually forgot it. I'm betting you'd remember just fine if you'd reunited in better circumstances. But what a crazy bonkers reunion that turned out to be. Everyone who played the main game already knew about that, though. The scene where Morgs confuses Jackie for Francois is clearer here too, I think. Snowy did mention how Morgs wasn't quite in her right mind. But it packs a lot more punch, actually seeing it from her perspective. Yucky cutting off her arm definitely messed her up pretty bad. That's the least fitting name yet. Would you please stop coming up with increasingly convoluted nicknames for people? Just call that infernal creature Bestia, like everyone else, and be done with it. Yucky and Jackie! Alright, Bestie it is. That's even worse! So the two of them are finally reunited, and it's very tragic. Jackie is torn. He wants to set her free, but he can't. And the reason for that is, again, much clearer in Requiem. Clearer, but still far from convincing. This is also about the point where he figures out that Francois' ghost is actually a delusion, all in his own mind. I refuse to believe he wasn't real, though. Getting a little off topic here, but in the third door, we see Jackie has a real beef with anything supernatural or not provable by science, and this is where that came from. Oh, interesting! Not just the ghost, but the miracle blood was a huge part of that too. It left a mark on his soul that never went away. Huh? Here I thought he was just a wimp who can't handle ghost stories. That's true too. I'm not surprised. It really followed him. So Jackie ends up lying to himself about what he really wants and keeps Morgs locked up in the tower. So that really isn't your kink. That's the first thing you say after not talking for God knows how long. It didn't seem appropriate for me to butt in this part. How many times did y'all tell her, I'm gonna show you the world, and then all you showed her was a big old brick wall? Y'all, and he's not wrong, like he's so right. Oh, the dagger. Ugh. The dagger is deep. The stabs are plenty. You don't have to remind me, I feel bad enough about it already. The Jacopo I knew wasn't the kind of man to do that to a girl. It's kind of depressing to see that even an upstanding guy like you can fall so far. Yep, while love was one of the big themes of the main game. Friendship and companionship was more the focus in Requiem. I like that. That love wasn't the theme. And all the different ways it can break apart. It's enough to make me cry. I thought you were incapable of feeling sadness. I understand loneliness. I can cry about that. If you say so. Going a bit out of order, but speaking of friendship, Maria had that real killer bit where she was talking about how everyone was gone and they weren't gonna come back and all that. Yeah, that stung like hell. My friends mean more than anything else in the world to me. Whew, it got super heavy in here real fast, huh? Moving right along. Next up, Boss tries to confront Jackie. Here's where things start diverging from what was in the main game. What you see in Requiem's what actually happened. And the main game is more like a simulation with Snowy thrown in, so things go off course real quickly. On Snowy's very first day, he manages to convince the boy formerly known as Mel to work with him. Why do you keep calling him that? I feel like it. Now, because the boy formerly known as Mel switches teams, that night, he and Nellie are on the mansion's grounds. Boss comes to look around, sees two strange shadows, and decides to push it to the next day. And when she comes back, she bumps into Snowy. So in the main game, she never ends up meeting with Jackie. But in reality, Snowy wasn't there, so the boy formerly known as Mel isn't wandering around to get in Boss's way, so she's able to reckon without any trouble. And the next day, she brings the necklace and a knife and breaks in. She goes all out trying to kill Jackie, but he stops her, breaks her arm, and then has Yucky throw her out. No mercy. That was me showing mercy, you realize. Normally, an attempt on the Lord's life would be punishable by death. I used the Harvest Festival as an excuse to stop him from killing her. Yucky was really raring for some blood. And the way he just asks, should I kill so-and-so, is hilarious. Not so funny to the so-and-sos he's salivating over. Oh my god, this image! Oh! Oh my gosh. So when all that's happened and Jackie sees the necklace, he starts reminiscing about old times and then has a crazy idea. He decides to impersonate his old self, pretending to be the slave man who once saved her from the Lord, who he is now. Talk about super bonkers. I was completely out of my mind at that point, yes. Not even gonna try to talk yourself out of that one. How could I? In the main game, Jackie doesn't go up in the tower alone with Morgs, so he never gets a good look at her condition. It isn't until they all go up as a group that Snowy points out what bad shape she's in. But in Requiem, he does go up alone, which is how he realizes. He confesses his true feelings, but Morgs is so broken it can't even get through to her soul. So she doesn't hear anything he says. Once Jackie finally comes to his senses, he's finally freed from his shackles. It's really sad it could only happen that way though. But with that off him, he starts treating the people around him a little nicer, like the old Jackie. But it was too little too late, and Morgs dies. This leads to a big panic, which Jackie watches from the observation tower. Oh! Oh, and now this image. The previous image and this image makes me teary-eyed. And the image of Jaren when she smiles. As a side note, Snowy only really needed to get into Jackie's memories to flip the table on Morg's perception. But he kept those memories locked up so super tight, especially everything related to his younger days, that it wouldn't have worked if they'd gone straight to him. Plus, Jackie's soul was crazed like a rabid dog, so he wouldn't have listened to Snowy from the beginning. And also, ignoring Yucky and the boy formerly known as Mal would have left their souls in pretty bad shape too. Which is why the main game had to go the way it did. We only got the abridged version of Jackie's past in the main game. But you should just think of it as more proof of how tight he kept it locked up. And while I'm at it, I'd like to elaborate a bit on the curse too. At his death in Requiem, Jackie realizes what he really wanted in life and feels super bad about how much he messed up. But then Morgs is all, from now on, only money and power will be your friends, and puts a curse on his soul. Excuse me, I would rather die than use a tilde in my speech. Which is why, even after figuring it out once, he ends up making the same mistakes and dies all sad and alone again. Kinda tragic, huh? Curse or not, he's still a fucking dick. It wasn't Morgana's curse that drove him to constantly insulting and belittling his wife. But you did push me in that direction, as I recall. That's true. The third door started in a similar place to Jackie's fall into darkness as the Lord. And being a mafioso, he'd probably been worn down a whole bunch from all the betrayals and crazy mafia stuff that happened outside the story. There's only one way to fix this, I think. Make Jackie live a quiet life out in the sticks. And that's it for Jaren's review corner. Even knowing how it turned out, that was still pretty damn heavy. Jackie ends up destroying the things he cares most about with his own hands. It's pretty damn grim, yeah. Now that I think about it, you did kill damn near everyone who had a sprite, didn't ya? Ugh. And if you count breaking Maria's arm as resulting in her death, that makes pretty much the whole gang. Ugh. That's impressive, kid. You went on a freaking massacre. Please, that's enough. If you include minor characters and no-names, Francois and Yucky would be neck and neck with him for the gold medal. Oh my gosh. Oh, Jacopo. But Jackie definitely had the most story-relevant kills. Oh. Oh. Jackie the Ripper! Oh. For the love of all that is holy, don't call me that. Ah, he went to go hide in the corner. I think the 1-2 punch of being compared to a serial killer and seeing that smile would bring down just about anybody. Ah, I thought it was pretty funny. It was funny, Jaren. Of course you did. You don't comprehend negative emotions. Now, everyone may have died in Requiem, and most of them because of Jackie. But this is the backstage extra. Whoosh! Everything under the bridge! And what are you planning to do now that you've tossed the entire game into the water? How about we go over the characters next? The characters? Yep, for example. Oh, we're getting a look. Ooh, I like her outfit. This skirt is really nice. I don't know about the shoes though. This is what I look like. And I'm sure everyone's picked up on this already. But according to my outline, I was missing all my screws right off the bat. And that's why you were always so cheerful. Not because you're optimistic, but because you're mad. Some part of my brain just never turned on, I guess. So not only are you airheaded, even that air is worthless. Oh, Morgana! Also, I have a dulled sense of pain. You'd kinda have to make it through a childhood like that. It didn't come off as bad as it really was, cause it was colored by you being eternally happy-go-lucky. But thinking back on it, that was some real dark shit. Especially that whole bit when you were 5. Oh my god, don't even mention it again! It seemed pretty normal to me. Oh my god. Save this precious... Oh. The world is bad enough without everyone having to go through that. Okay, next up, Beefcake. We never did get to see everything. Okay. And here's my full bod. What do you think? Look pretty tough, don't I? Well, you do. Beefcake's profile describes him as a wild animal with an unbeatable competitive streak. He's an act first, think never kinda guy, and the second biggest doofus in the cast, only after me. Hey now, that's just mean. I mean, I hate planning everything out, yeah, but still. He's like a giant, huggable, gorilla/big brother figure who tries to fix everything by punching it. Or assassinating. Which is one reason him trying to poison Jackie stood out so much. He was so upset it caused him to resort to real underhanded methods. Hey, you can't tell me I'm wrong. I'm way stronger than he ever was. I bet most readers didn't have a very good impression of you with the way you went out either. You think so? That's kinda downer. Alright. Whoosh it all under the bridge, guys. Whoosh! I'm not enough of an idiot to keep up with these two. But you know, maybe some readers saw what you did coming. But maybe some readers saw what you did coming, Beefcake. Maybe. There was a line in the main game that went like, I invited an old companion to my manor to discuss matters. But the meeting only turned into an attempt on my life. Oh, that's right. That's right. If someone had really good memory, they could have maybe made that connection and guessed what you'd end up doing. I guess you got that kinda right. I didn't leave on the best note. And what I did to Jacobo was real shitty. I was cocky and told myself I was better than him in every way. But at the same time, I want to be, you know, there with him. Maybe I wouldn't made a good console. But there are other things I could have done. Like, head of your guard or something. I'd come running to your right-hand man if you just sent for me. You were lonely down there in the slums all by yourself, weren't you? I don't know. I'd say I was disappointed more than anything. I was ready to help with anything and I wish he'd used me. I feel you. Nobody was on the same page for the most of the game. I still don't think that justifies trying to kill him. Whoosh! Whoosh! They're all just kumbaya. Alrighty, next up is you, Morgs. You can skip me. Nope, you're going to. Entire outfit reveal. I like this outfit. Especially the butterfly. So there's a full view of Morgs. This is when she was still itty bitty and her clothes were way too big. Adorable, huh? Make a few poses for them. Absolutely not. Blah. Also, 12-year-old Morgs is actually shorter than Nelly. But if she was shown at her actual height, the text box would cover her almost all the way. So her sprites were bumped up a bit. That makes it even more disturbing with Jacopo's height. And she's not the only one who's not shown to scale either. Boss is only 160 centimeters tall, but she's placed real high up on the screen too. Well, we need to see all her outfit. Just pretend she's wearing some wicked heels. Everyone's sprites are positioned so you have a rough idea of their relative heights, so don't take it as true to life. May I be excused? Ah, I was hoping you'd give a comment first. I have nothing to say. Ha. Okie dokie, you're up next, Jackie. Oh, Jackie! Huh? He's over in the corner making a face like his death CG. Oh! Oh, you, Jackie. Hey, Morgs. Says she has something super important to tell you. I beg your pardon? What is it? I'm all ears. Ah, that worked better than expected. That took less than 2 seconds. I have nothing to say to you. Go back to your corner and die again. Stop, stop, stop! It's your turn to show your full body sprite, Jackie. So perk up and make yourself presentable. Let's see. He's wearing sandals, okay. I don't know why I was thinking he had like brown trousers. I said perk up, not whatever the heck that is. May I be excused? I kind of want to see Lord Jacopo's outfit as well. Oh, not you two. Why can't you go back to the tough-spirited Jackie from the first half? You were super duper impressive in your fight against Francois. You think so? That was certainly your peak, at least. And it was all downhill from there. Oh. Morgs! And I was just getting him back in the spirit. We talked a bunch about what kind of character Jackie is already. He's just as inadequate as he looks. I am not inadequate. Jackie's got 2 modes. His softer, more approachable mode, and his all business, no fun allowed mode. It's the latter we're all most familiar with. It's not till you see things from his perspective that you realize there's more there. From the outside, Jackie just looks like a huge monster. Especially all the ways you killed Snowy in the main game. Talk about ruthless. It was that man with the sword who did most of the killing, as I recall. Oh, all of the dead ends. You did shoot him, and you ordered him killed several times. Maybe that'll teach him to toughen up, if he wants to be the pro-tag material. He is pro-tag material! How can he call himself the hero, if he doesn't even know how to wield a sword? He wielded his kindness, okay? He's got the vitality of a housefly. Oh! And a little sunlight's enough to knock him out. How much more pathetic can you get? Well, he's much better than you, Jacopo, in every single way. He's a pacifist, like Gandhi. Except for that time he attacked me with a goddamn whiskey bottle. You can't complain about something that happened in the game that was never translated into English. You'll just confuse the readers. The point is, Snow is the total opposite of you. Plus, he's actually somewhere in between boy and girl. So you shouldn't go trying to apply your fragile masculinity to him. He's continuing. Whoa, I broke Jackie. She didn't even hesitate to reveal his secret. See where it gets ya. The fragility. Why on earth does she know that? Anyway. Don't joke about that sort of thing. It's not funny. No, it's not funny because you should have gotten help for that, but in that time and age, you probably didn't have psychologists in that sense. But I remember reading psychologists somewhere, like very much in the beginning, with like Maria seeing Morgana's face, and she was thinking about this girl that had something similar happen to her face, and she talked to a psychologist. What? But it's true. What the hell does that make him? Can anyone think of anything else about Jackie we haven't mentioned? He's a lot more skilled with his hands than you'd think. Oh yeah, that's right. He can even play the lute. Oh! Oh, the part where he jacked one from a guy off the street. Yeah, that fucking slayed me. He's not a half bad singer either, but you'd never guess it from looking at him. And that's not something that was added for Requiem either. It came up in the main game too. Remember the flashback in the third door where we were singing together? There was also a short story somewhere where you were humming to yourself. Even the worst Italian ever born is still an Italian at heart. I guarantee you I'm far from the worst. But music-y stuff is something you stop doing once you go no fun allowed mode. It gets tossed along with everything else about your younger self. It's too bad you couldn't have kept even one sympathetic trait. I think they mean. If you look closely at the background graphic for the Lord's bedroom, there's a lute in it, though. Maybe he did keep playing. By himself? How lonely. That's pretty sad. Fittingly pathetic. I shouldn't have said nothing. I'll take every last one of you out back. And that about covers Jackie. You're up next, boss. Let's go, Maria! Huh? How come it didn't show my legs like everyone else? What? Hey, I wanted to see the full dress. I want to see the skirt. You don't have a full body sprite, boss. What? She doesn't? Nah, y'all are liars. What? Why the hell do I keep getting the short end of the stick? Sorry, boss. The staff were kind of fumbling around in the dark as they made the games, and it wasn't until Requiem that sprites were given legs. But because of that, it offered a lot more possibilities for animations and stuff. So, Maria leg full dress PNG when? I'ma create one as well. So hopefully you'll give them a break. They're still learning. Oh, alright, fine. Everyone just imagine Boss's beautiful legs. Make them sexy as hell. Okay, gotcha. Sexy as hell legs. There we go. So in the third door, you came off super scary with the way you betrayed Jackie. But in the final one, you were more of a tough, reliable big sister. And Requiem focused even more on how much you care about your friends. That's always been who I am. My friends. My family means more than anything to me. Revenge for what the Berzatis did to my family was what pushed me to go so far in the third door. But God, that damn attack on the brothel in Requiem really did ruin everything. If that hadn't happened, Morgana wouldn't have been taken, Jacobo wouldn't have gotten that dumb idea into his head, and we all could have just stayed together. Yep, it really all comes back to that. They're all like looking at her like... Jaren? I'm possessed with a desire to grab you by both cheeks, pull on them so as hard as I can, and give you an earful about how you don't have any goddamn right to talk about that event with any words except I'm sorry. Will, aggressive much, Jackie? One of these days. One of these days. Pow! Zoom! Although, the main game did end with me and Jackie not on the best of terms. So it's nice that people got to see us enjoying ourselves in Requiem. I suppose so. Okie dokie. So that covers the main 5 of us from the slums. Next up is Jackie's favorite console. Oh, Odolin is going to be here. I don't know how I can face him after how we parted ways. Hey, Jaren, do you think you could wait and do his separate... Oh, old loan! Hey, damn it, let me... Oh ho ho! This been much too long. I must confess, I was not expecting to be summoned here. I'm gonna get some more water and a quick bathroom break. Oh, hi Winnie! Well, at least I didn't leave you guys with Barnier. He's probably pulling up as well. Probably. I just saw a message from my sister on my phone. And she had these two adorable kids come up to her at work with a flower. She works at a department store. And they gave her a flower saying she's really pretty. That's so cute! That's so adorable. What? It's not like she's a minor side character. About Maria not having legs? Justice for Maria, yes. Y'all, I'm gonna draw her legs. I just need to get my drawing tablet out. I wonder where I have it. Yeah, definitely not in this room. It's one of those Wacom tablets. Yes! Sigil Cyan, you are right. We do see Maria sitting with her legs crossed. Daryl! I love you! Come get him, he's here! He's here! Wait until he turns up again. No one tell him what's up. Man, why couldn't she have been older? Why? But I'm happy that nothing became of it. And I'm happy that Morgana did not feel the same. Because it would have been easy to, because it feels like a lot of kids had like a crush on an adult in their, you know, in school years and such. I know for a fact I did have a crush on one of my teachers, but you know, you don't really understand what that is. You just really, really like them. And I like this teacher because he was so funny. But it becomes a problem when the adult grooms the kids. That is the issue. It's the adult that needs to realize that, set boundaries, explain to them, and, you know, not act on it, because kids are innocent. They do not think like adults do. So a lot of kids get used. Swedish snack. Well, it is. I'll see where it is from. This is dried mango. Dried mango with coconut pineapple flavoring. It says, soft and juicy dried mango meets creamy coconut and bright pineapple for an irresistibly smooth and tropical bite. Sweetened source of fiber. Where was it? Where is... Produced and packaged in Cambodia. Mango from Cambodia is what it says. Importers and distributors. Denmark, Sweden, Finland, and Germany. manufactured for Norway. And then there's Switzerland there as well. Okay. What even is the company? Oh, I removed it here. Well, it's quite good. If Morgana had those feelings, it would be more natural than what actually happened. Yes, exactly, exactly. It's like Yuffie with Zack. Yes, 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 yes. Kat, you are spot on with that comparison. Spot on. Exactly like with Yuffie and Zack. Zack just seeing her as a kid, and Yuffie having a little crush on Zack because she looks up to him. Because that's how kids are. It does taste very good, sure. All the way from Cambodia, yep. I don't even know if Sweden can produce any kind of fruits because of our environment. I mean, we can sow potatoes. Oh, Swedish strawberries. I'm not kidding you guys. The best strawberries you will ever have. But they have a much smaller age gap. Indeed they do. Did Isra fall asleep? Honestly, I'm not even sure why the writers put them to have such a large age gap. Yeah. I think they kinda probably wanted some kind of a shock factor. But they didn't need that. They didn't need that. I don't know why they did that. Like, that... I hate it. I hate it. And I hated what happened to Jaren too, when she was 5. That also is something that I didn't feel needed to be in the story. Other than that, it doesn't ruin the fact that I absolutely love this game and the story, but it's just... I don't like it at all. It's disgusting. Healthier than raspberry mushrooms from Lidl. Raspberry mushrooms. Is it because they're candies? 7 years, I think. Just like Giselle and Michael. Ah, Isra! I was like, wait, I'm not seeing you here. And I was gonna be like, Isra! To see if I could wake you up. My parents have an age gap of 7 years. I'll have you know. I mean, 7 years isn't anything if you're an adult. If both are adults, that doesn't matter. Like, I don't really care that much if you're an adult and the other person is an adult and y'all are in approximately like the same stage of life, because that matters. If you want a relationship that will, you know, proceed, you will have to be in the same like life stages. Like, it can't be the younger one being like all party and, you know, just finished school and partying, and the other one being an adult, having a job, having like a household, having their own home and taking care of that. That will for sure clash. But if both of them like are on the same maturity level and the same like life stage, then it works. It works. Then I wouldn't say that age matters that much, as long as both are adults. I was thinking about the time when I had a crush like feeling as a kid of someone much older. Now I realize I was probably obvious for everyone. Yeah, but that's also why like we have crushes when we're teenagers, when we have crushes on like celebrities and stuff. Like going into adulthood, much less of those. Well, not including my fictional crushes, okay? I have plenty, I shall have you know, and y'all know. Even in those days, it was common not to marry before 14. Not sure if it's really for shock factor or if it's more of a window into the writer's mind. Oh, I really hope not. I really hope not. Yeah, I really feel like I need an answer to that. This is why Fata Morgana is my... Ah, they are cute. Yes. Fata Morgana would have worked. Would have worked really well. I'm really fine with age gaps. Like, I don't prefer it, but I'm fine with it as long as both are adults when they meet. Yeah, from candies. All sugar, basically. Yeah, foam candies. Ah, the raspberry mushrooms. Have I seen those? Is it those pink and white mushrooms? Is it those? I mean, Jacopo mentioned that she would wait at least till Morgana was 16 or something like that. But Jacopo would be 26, damn. Yeah, still a grown-ass man. Exactly! Like, how are you not embarrassed, Jacopo? And everyone just keeps on telling him that she's a kid. Like, everyone is sane. Except that one time for Maria when she did him a huge disservice. Just egging him on. I'd like to say something, but I save it for later. I mean, once you're 20 to 25, you can have any 5 to 10 year age gap. Up to all you want. I mean, you can't decide who you fall for. In the end, you can't. But adult to adult. Never adult and child. And then usually they were those who were close in age. The big gaps were more common in the case of arranged marriages between nobles. Hi Lely Thready, and thank you! Have you had squashies? They're a bit like those in texture. Squidgy. Squashy? No, I don't think so. Are those from Lidl as well? I don't know if we have like the same stuff in Sweden. Jacopo and Morgana would have hurt more if it was like Lee and Clementine from The Walking Dead. Ooh. It's like Amy and George are 5 years apart. She's 15, he's 20. Yeah, that's yucky too. But man, is she evil to be a kid. Like, how does that even work? Well, it's a game. But it's like she's a 600-year-old witch. My celebrity crushes are totally obscure. Ones nobody ever says. You wanna know who my celebrity crush is? Well, beside Keanu Reeves, Monica Bellucci. Like, oh my goodness. She is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. Like, even now when she is like almost 60. She's so freaking beautiful. Like, for her, I would switch teams. I would. When Michael was 14, Amy was 15. Yeah, pink and white one. Ah, okay. Yes. I almost never buy them. My brother has really bad taste in candies, so he buys them sometimes. Yeah, Jacopo romantic feelings really don't make sense. Like looking at a kid and thinking you are attracted to them. What exactly are you attracted to? It's weird, even for their close relationship. Exactly. I would have like wanted to think that he just confuses the feelings because he's never been in love before. Like he just keeps on going, and I'm like, Jacopo, fucking stop. Maybe he also has a savior complex. Yeah, I think that it was insinuated a bit here in this backstage. That it was insinuated, but then it grew into something different. You know what? It just makes Jacopo more complex. Isn't his whole character arc about morality? So he's fighting his inner self regarding his feelings for a child. Oh, yeah. Couldn't he just be fighting with power instead? In those days, it was already the age for marriage, but not for a girl who got her first, you know what. Yeah, even in the past, when age of marriages were at 13, it was mainly for two teenagers closer in age. Would have been seen badly even by many people back then. Someone who's 20 and 11 year old, yeah, that's barf worthy. That is kindness can absolutely be a factor to attraction. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. But also he got reminded several times that, you know, it was sick. And he did. He did think it's sick in the beginning. And then it's just like it all just flew away from his brain. Jaren, she's the funniest. She keeps the group together. I love Jaren. Love her. I love the Merlins and Morgana's actors from Merlin and the actress in Pride and Prejudice. Oh, Pride and Prejudice. Oh, I need to watch it again. The age thing is made worse by the writers constantly trying to justify it. Yes! Yes! Like, please don't try. Please don't try. We're barfing over here. Like, every time they bring it up, I'm just like, don't even. So I'm so glad, I'm so happy that Morgana never ever entertains Jacopo's feelings. She just constantly like, I hate you, get away from me, go to hell. Have we seen Odilon's full sprite? Not yet! I wonder, what if he's wearing shorts? So far my faves are Maria, Giselle and Michael. And Javi, I forgot about Javi! Javi! Justice for Javi! Y'all, they gave him a sprite and made him like into nothing. Look. Y'all, they could have done so much with his character. I liked him. He was so snappy. Y'all, him and Morgana, they would have been like this. They would have been like this. Like, imagine the two of them. The duo. They'd be like siblings. Javi who? Well, he was in door 2. He was with Pauline, the little kid. For example, Elizabeth Banks. Most are like, who's that? Rachel Stevens or Jessica Biel too. Just nobody ever says these. Ah, you're right. I don't know anyone of those. I looked them up. Why does Morgana need Jacopo if she has Michael? Exactly, she has Michael and Giselle. She don't need nobody else. The age gap is the problem, but the romance in the whole in the whole tragic story makes sense of why they would put it there. I mean, all kind of story has some... I mean, whatever they wanted to do, it just rubs me the wrong way that she's so young. I'm just glad that they didn't make her have the same feelings, because her feelings just felt familial. I would have seen her getting those feelings for Mel more than Jacopo if they would have continued. It would have been... I feel like it would have been a love between Mel and Morgana, but familial love with Jacopo. They knew he would be too powerful, shaking my head, right? I think half his purpose was to mislead us into thinking that he was the young slave and not Jacopo. That was my theory when I played. Oh, I didn't even think about that. But I did want him to show up somewhere. If Morgana were at least a few years older, it would be better. Yes. Yeah. Like in Door 1, didn't the white-haired girl and Mel have a relationship not too far off? Exactly, like a part of Morgana. The white-haired girl is a part of Morgana, so that would make sense. That would make sense. Total sense. Okay, we are now gonna switch and look at Odilon's full sprite. Oh ho ho! This been much too long, I must confess. I was not expecting to be summoned here. Hey, nice to see you. He's like, please don't judge me, I know I did bad. Well, well, why such a guilty look on your face, my boy? Did you do something you would be ashamed to admit to me? Oh! If only you knew, mister! If only you knew! It was but a simple lark. Hold your head high, my lord. A simple lark? I bear much of the blame myself for leaving you behind so early in your growth. Y'all, Odilon was just like a father to him. No, you're not to blame for any of my mistakes. It was my sworn duty to teach and guide you for the length of your rule. I should have chased that scoundrel out despite your objections. Aww. Perhaps even poisoned him myself. A father indeed. Whoa, 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 Grandpa! Getting a little feisty there. Silence, peasant! Okay, you don't need to call him peasant. That's rude. You are the one who made an attempt on his life. I mean, yeah, got a point, but... Hey! You're forgetting to whoosh everything under the bridge. Now's the time to have fun! You know, Jacopo, it strikes me. Yes? You're not a total shit heap when you got someone to keep you in line. So Maria, you could have kept him in line as well. But, you know, no blaming Maria. No blaming Maria. Like, I totally understand her. Like I said, Jackie just needs a friend. A friend would help, sure. But what he really needs is someone to kick him in the ass every time he tries to steer the train off a fucking cliff. That metaphor doesn't even make sense. Don't try to deflect from the point, asshole. His heart is in the right place, at least. Nevertheless, I only knew him for a short spell, and he was very hard-working. He was a very hard-working man during that time, so my impression of him is mostly positive. We should show this old man what a bastard he was during the third door. Oop! I don't think I ever heard Morgana swear before. And what did he do in this third door? He constantly insulted and belittled his wife until he broke her. My lord, you must show care and respect for your family. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're absolutely 110% correct. I regret everything I did. At least you regret it. Now regret your feelings. And I spent decades living with that regret. The reason you turned out that way must be because you had no one in this third door to guide you down the correct path. And with no one to open up to, you had to wear your mask in perpetuity, all the negativity festering inside until you were permanently corrupt. Odilon. Ergo, I shall reincarnate in this third door and ensure that does not happen. Hey! You'll what? I will stand by my lord's side and make certain he does not stray from the path even a single step. Slow down, stop. You're going to destroy the main game's whole story. And good riddance. Please stay away from it. Jaren, hurry up and show the old man Sprite so we can get rid of him. He's going to undermine the entire story. I think it'll be fun to see what he does. No, it wouldn't. Not in the slightest. My curse will have been all for nothing. Very well. You may regard my old weary frame. Aw, he didn't have shorts. He looks so content. And with that, I shall take my leave. Oh, you're not going to stay for longer? Aw. A console is supposed to operate from behind the scenes. I'm happy to have been given the opportunity to briefly appear. If you say so. Be well, my lord. And may happiness find you in your next life. Thanks. And you too. Farewell, until we meet again. Alright, that leaves one last character with a full body sprite. Let's bring him! Oh, she's not bringing in Barnier, is she? Whoa, 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 slow down. I know exactly who you're talking about. You are not bringing that man here, are you? Ah, why wouldn't I? This is supposed to be a fun event, with everyone whooshing everything under the bridge. We can't whoosh this under the bridge! That tyrant has a very different definition of fun than the rest of us. Oh, Francois! Damn it, you actually... You summoned me! Y'all! I need to go on a bathroom break. Just kidding. Y'all, I'm not gonna do what I did. I left y'all once with this man. I won't leave you again. You summoned me. Go right back wherever the hell you came from. Ahaha, it would appear I've stumbled upon a swarm of filthy maggots. Where's the bug spray, Jaren? I need you to clean up this mess. Francois, bug spray hasn't been invented yet. Oh, how unfortunate. There's so much wrong with this, I don't even know where to begin. Okie dokie. Could you stand right there and give me your best smile, Francois? No, please don't smile! You can have that little grin on your face, but do not smile. Please? Please do not smile. But of course, how could I not grant the wish of my most prized possession? Whoa! Oh! That is not a smile! Exactly! I knew this! I knew they would do this. I knew it. Oh, at least he didn't keep it. Stop smiling! Okay, we're done. Feast your unworthy mortal eyes upon the noble body of the great Jean-Francois Barnier. Bye! My blood is genuine, unlike a certain imposter. You're giving me goosebumps. Hold on! Jaren! Jaren saying you're giving me goosebumps. She's like, ooh, he's so handsome. Barnier's like, and we're like, ew. Ew. Ugh. Oh, I wonder if the real reason Odilon ran off is because he didn't want to run into Barnier. That has to be it. I can't think of any other reason. Francois was the villain for the first half, but by the end I think he seemed like a pretty decent guy. What's everyone else think? No! I cannot disagree with you more. The mere sight of that man's face makes me want to vomit. Ditto. Not to mention, he was the one I wanted to curse most. Sure, he did a bunch of really bad things, but he did say a couple super good things. For example? Plus, he fought all real valiant and brave at the end. He's an inspiration. Since we know that Jaren isn't, you know, all right there with handling emotions, we can't really say much to this. Ha! A lord could hardly carry out his duties if he cowered in fear at the sight of a couple peasants. Just cause what he says sounds reasonable don't mean you can forget he's a crazed mass murderer. You would call a man entertaining himself with his private property morally objectionable. Understatement of the century. If this wasn't a damn extra, I'd lop your head off right here. Like so? Don't do that to me again while I'm holding the water. Oh. 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 Wahahaha, child's play. Don't just pull up that damn graphic without any warning. You're going to give me a heart attack. My soul left my body for a moment. You can act like you went out in a blaze of glory, but don't forget you were begging for your life at the end. That hardly counts as begging. In what universe does "oh no, please don't kill me" not count as begging for your life? One must be crying and clawing their attacker, wailing for mercy, throw a fit of pathetic sobs in order to properly count as begging for their life. I did none of that. Yet that was precisely the wording used in the main game. I would like to have a word with the author. It was not me! Have a word with the author that decided that Morgana and Jacopo would have some kind of a... The main game was just a short version, so cut them some slack. Your character wasn't fully established at that point. Do not coddle them. In reality, my character was no more than a vague concept when it was written. Christ, he's attacking the author now. Who isn't he attacking? He's gonna attack us, the readers, as well. You did kinda come off like a third-rate villain in the main game, yeah. Just seeing that, I didn't expect you to be developed the way you were in Requiem. Francois needed to have a real firm driving force behind him, even as the big baddie, or he'd fall flat in his final confrontation against Jackie. Plus, He also had the super important responsibility of getting into Jackie's head after he was dead. So he needed to be big and imposing, or he couldn't do that. Makes sense. On a slightly different subject, I just remembered the whole deal with you having your eye on someone back in the first part. Yeah? Well, to start, this is what you said at the Midsummer Festival. He's got trouble expressing his feelings. I think he doesn't have troubles at all. He kinda looks angry a lot of the time. He can be pretty hot. But I think he's a pretty great guy, if I'm remembering correctly. Yep, that was me. Tell me, Jaren, in what way does that man have trouble expressing his feelings? You don't think he does? The whole reason he had to kill his family is because he couldn't talk to them about what he was feeling. Hey! Jaren! Those are not the same kind of feelings we're talking about. I'm proud of Jaren! I'm proud of her! You go, girly! No. Whatever, moving on. The "he kinda looks angry a lot of the time" line. Kinda doesn't even begin to describe it. It's perfect fit in my mind. I refuse to believe that. Moving on. The other two I can sorta buy at least. He can be pretty haughty, and I think he's a pretty great guy. So you two were a thing. You betcha! We most certainly were not. What? Oh, Francois, you don't need to be shy just because there are other people around. You seem to be confused, Jaren. I did say that you were the second most important thing in the world to me after myself. But I never said I meant so romantically. What does that make me then? My pet. You know what? I wouldn't expect anything else. This makes sense. This is in character. Your pet. Surely even you will feel something about that. I'm more than happy to be your pet. Jaren! I get food, a bed, and lots of attention. It's perfect. You never let me down, Jaren. Very well then. Run in a circle and bark for me. Don't actually do it, Jaren! Woof woof! Oh my gosh. I can't deal with this. In any other backstage event, it would be the embodiment of fragile masculinity over there making all the ruckus. But it would seem the two of them have somehow managed to outclass him. Jaren, this covers all the characters, right? We're all done here now. Because I like to be on my way. Oh, do you really not want to spend any more time with little old me, Morgs? It has nothing to do with spending time with you specifically, but there are two men here I would like out of my presence as soon as humanly possible. Morgana, please tell me I'm wrong here, and you're not putting me in the same category as him. It genuinely hurts being lumped in with that monster. I feel like I've been kicked in the gut. So if you don't mind, I'll be taking my leave now. And going where? To see Michael, obviously. Every single time. Why is it always Michael, Michael, Michael with you? Because he's the one who ultimately led me to salvation. Yeah, you know, That doesn't nullify everything we had between us. No, you did a perfectly good job of that all by yourself. Now, so long, everyone. Oh, wait! Someone trip him before he goes after Morgana. Jackie, this is the time for you to go after her. No, trip him! Trip him! You locked up both Morgs and half her soul. A little stalking should be a piece of cake for you! Daryl, get the cops after him! That just makes it sound like I'm some sort of deviant. Oh, you're not. Damn it, I was going to go after her anyway. I want you to sit here with my thumbs up my ass while she goes to see him. Break a leg. No, actually do break a leg. And not hers. I'm a tag along too. This sounds like fun. Now this is an image I never thought I would see. Barnier in the middle of Maria and Gratian. They're all just looking at one another. What? You're leaving me alone with the two of them? Yay, Michael and Giselle! So Michael, what book should we read together next? The classic we read last time almost put me to sleep. A harsh reminder of how much my mind has acclimated to the times. Then how about something lighter and more modern? Say perhaps Harry Potter... What in heaven's name was that? Is someone trying to break in? I'll call the police! Yes! Yes, the police are getting him! The police are getting Jacopo, y'all. You stay there. Right. Michael is as strong as a housefly. I'll go look. Was there no nicer way to get here? And what in my father's name are you doing here? I couldn't let you go see him alone. Get your hands off me, you wretch. Wretch? Morgs, you're squishing me. Could you get off? Oh, for heaven's sake. I know that voice. So do I. Oh, what a nightmare. Y'all, they look like a happy family. Look at these three. Look at these three. Oh. Nice to see you again. What? Why are you staring? Oh, you don't understand how we just popped in out of nowhere? Well, you know, this is another of those backstage extras, so a little bit of space-time distortion is... Oh my gosh, she's the most adorable thing I've ever seen! What? Look at how small she is! Ah, I just want to squeeze her to bits. Giselle with cuteness aggression, I love it! I would really rather you didn't. You agree with me, don't you, Michael? Isn't Tiny Morgana the most precious thing in the world? She's a lovely girl, yes. Oh, is that so? I beg your pardon! Jacopo, get the frick out of here! Wonderful, the noisy one's here too. The Michael I know would never say that. You're supposed to be an emotionally and socially stunted shut-in. It's because you don't know Michael. And let me say another thing. Michael would never be interested in a kid. And that's that. A lot can change in a millennium. I seem to recall speaking my mind during the final chapter anyway. 1,000 years isn't long enough to dethrone King Neat! Sorry to burst your bubble, but I am currently both employed and in a relationship that lets me go on dates outside. Burn! I nearly fell asleep just listening to you describe that. You're just jealous. Go find someone in your own age, Rage. That aside, you're looking quite young, Jacopo. Well, it's a long story. Peep, peep. And who's this young lady? It's a bit crowded. I'm Jaren, the heroine of a Requiem for Innocence. Excuse me, that's my title, thank you very much. Since you've accepted your position as the story's heroine, does that mean you also accept you have a faded connection to me, the hero? The two don't have to have a connection. Never mind, Jaren, you can keep the role. At least consider it! I'll bring everyone something to drink. Well, thank you for catching us up. Hehe, it's been a while since we've done one of these. How exciting. And it's also kind of nice being in a different role this time. Going around and talking to everyone is a lot of work, yeah. I would have much preferred you to him. What are you doing standing over there? Ah, we're split up into light side and dark side groups. The two of us have been through so much already. I'd like for the rest of our lives to be nice and relaxed. Even outside of canon. Our story this time was happy from start to finish. It was a very lovely date, yes. Three seconds till Jackie's gasket blows. 3, 2, 1! Don't give a countdown, you lout. It doesn't even make any sense. You can't end the main story like that. And then follow it up with a bunch of empty fluff. Yes, you can. Who gives a damn about you eating popcorn? I do. We all do. We just wanted a slice of life. Yes, give him that look, Michael. Give it. Do you prefer yours sweet or salty, Jacopo? He's gonna be like... I imagined him being like, salty. And that's exactly how he looks. You are what you eat. That said, I do agree that such a light-hearted, relaxed story feels out of place in the same package as Requiem. However, what? It's entirely your fault Giselle had to spend a millennium as the maid. If you were just able to behave like a reasonable damned human being, all of this could have been avoided. Everyone gets a chance to lay the smackdown on Jackie here. It was a long, long time ago though. Let's put the past behind us and enjoy this special occasion. Besides, that period of my life isn't just a bad memory to me anymore. Sure, it was hard to get through. But I wouldn't be here with Michael as happy as I am if it wasn't for that. All's well that ends well. The main game may have had a good ending, but Requiem most certainly did not. Alright, let's talk about something else. I'm gonna die of an ulcer at this rate. Michael, Jaren, was telling me something curious earlier. And what would that be? That you're, well, how should I put it? Just spit it out. You're giving me the creeps. That you're physically only partly a man. First of all, where on earth did Jaren hear that? And second, why the hell would you bring that up in a casual conversational topic? I guess it's safe to assume she was telling the truth. And that's so shady of him to take it. To take something like that up. In this setting. You need a kick to the balls. I'm sorry, Snowy. I never mean to hurt anyone. Yeah, I know, Jaren. Because Jaren didn't see anything wrong with it. Or anything weird with it. But she frequently does, because her head's as empty as Jacobo's heart. Also, is Snowy referring to me? Cute nickname, isn't it? Sure, I suppose. Call me whatever you want, fine. Do you have a nickname for me? Our names both start with J sounds, so that'll get confusing. Let's see here. How about Boo? Was she about to call her boobies? Was she about to call her boobies? Look at this. Let's see here. How about Boo? Don't you dare finish that word. Okay, Ellie it is. Yay, it feels so nice to be called by a nickname. She's so cute. Oh my gosh. Quite frankly, it's not a detail I wanted to go spreading around. As my body was the source of much torment in my life. Michael and I traveled down similar paths. I was a saint who became a witch. And he an angel who became a demon. Now Michael's gonna be like, I'm not an angel, nor a freaking demon. Or that was how we were seen by others, at least. The both of us, we are like unto God. And you are as far from God as man can fall. Well, that doesn't change what I think. That you're just an ordinary girl. Nothing special, breathing the same air as me. While I was the one who helped her turn back from a witch in the main game. You should offer her your hand next time. If there is a next time. And don't let go. I've made it perfectly clear I have no intention of our souls crossing paths ever again. And he's already said his goodbyes as well. However insignificant the chance may be, it's human nature to want to root for it to happen. One such improbability was the last scene of our story in this game. We managed to reunite, so I'm sure everyone else will too. If by some cruel twist of fate I am to cross paths with him again, I will still never forgive him. I don't expect you to. In any event, didn't the author say somewhere I was supposed to reincarnate into a butterfly or a cat or something similar? Ideas come and go. Consider that yet another of many possibilities. That would have been a much crueler twist of fate than anything. Requiem was already much darker than I had anticipated. All I had seen before this was bits and pieces of his past. It's hard not to pity him for the way everything crumbled down around him in his younger days. And I didn't know how the ending played out either. I always assumed he had just kept his feelings to himself and let Morgana die. So I was surprised when he actually told her at the end. Of course, he waited far too long and none of it got through to her. What's the matter, Snowy? You're staring off into space. It's nothing. In any event, good luck to you. Oh, they couldn't hear his thoughts. I don't need your damn well wishes. Very well then. It'd be amazing if we could meet up in the present day too, Morgs. I bet we'd be right about the same age. Maybe in secondary school together. We could even be in the same class. That'd be great. I would drop out the first day. Aw, why do you have to be like that, Morgs? You never stop talking. Then I'll try to talk less. But I really want to be your friend again, Morgs. And there's all sorts of stuff we could do together, like go shopping for cute clothes. And because I'm such a big doof, my grades would be terrible, and you could help me study for tests and stuff. Oh, and then Francois could be our teacher, and it'd be perfect. Ew. No, get him the frick away. A perfect nightmare. I expect that class would show up on the news within the first month. We seem to have gotten off track. May I ask why you're asking about what's between my legs? I just thought I might have to be more careful with my words, if it was true. Are you even capable of choosing your words? Rude ass Jacopo! Oh, for the love of God. Your tongue's gotten much sharper, Michael. I have had 1,000 years to work on it. Now you don't need to get weird or walk on eggshells. I'm a man, and that's all there is to it. My being intersex does not change who I know myself to be. And this body is no longer a cause of fear or anxiety. I have made peace with who I am, and you should too. Very well. It seems prying was not required. I will continue to treat you the same as I always have. Please do. You know, while I'm not at all fond of your high and mighty act, that was actually moderately decent of you. Only moderately? You're much more agreeable like this, and far less grating to speak with as well. Lord / businessman Jacopo is a massive riot, though. Never once have I tried to get a laugh out of someone. Oh yeah, Jacopo, in your description on the main game's website, it said you will readily toss aside anything to achieve your goals. Well, that was right. It just struck me that you yourself was one of those things you threw out. Yep, his own self. Dumped his whole life right into the garbage, he did. Put a sock in it. Try to be a little more selective about what you get rid of next time. At heart, you're not a completely evil man. So back to the previous topic, Snowy. You said your body's the same in this life as before. That's correct. I used my wish at the end of the main game to reunite with Giselle. But I have no misgivings about my body anymore. I've embraced who I am, and I'm firm in my identity. But the most important thing to me is being with her. And together there's nothing we can't accomplish. Indeed. Save it for when you don't have company. Well, I hope you have a fulfilling life. What? 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 Why are you all giving me that look? Can you blame us? No one expected to hear those words coming out of your mouth. The sky's going to fall tomorrow. Did you eat something you shouldn't have? Every time I try to say something nice, this always happens. Ahaha! With that and Morgana, we've now got double blessings. We're unstoppable. We have a long, happy life ahead of us. Well, it's about time we hopped on back to our own time period. Yes, you two go on home. I live here now, in between the two of them. It's the perfect fit for me, in every sense of the word. There's no room for either of you. Farewell, Jacopo, Jaren. May our souls never cross paths again in the boundless sphere of fate. Should I drag her back? No. What? Hey, let go! Get your filthy hands off me! Quit whining and move your butt. Do you want me to bite you? Go right ahead. The little brat, she actually did it! You go, girl! Bite him again. Bye, Snowy. Bye, Ellie. It was nice meeting you. And thanks for helping Jackie open up a little. We didn't do anything. I hope we can all meet again someday. I'll miss you, Jaren. Me too. Goodbye. Until we meet again. Bye! Room! She was quite a lively girl. That she was. But I had fun, and there were some nice surprises. Indeed, young Morgana showing up was certainly unexpected. Plus Jacopo being unusually open and Jaren being this bright ball of energy were both wonderful. But the best part of all was definitely getting to see you smiling so much with everyone else, Michael. Oh, you don't need to worry so much about me anymore, Giselle. Oh, cuties. No! I thought we were gonna jump to Mel or something. Whoa, where did space-time distortion take us this time? Get your hands off me already, or I'm going to curse your soul for all eternity. I thought you said you would have nothing to do with me anymore, including no curses. Why are you suddenly back on your high horse? More like, I'm back on my game. Please, just let this be over. Just because we're currently outside of canon doesn't mean I'm going to ignore anything you did in canon. All the pain and misery you caused me is still real. No amount of joking will ever make it go away. You're an irredeemable monster. I know. I just hope that one day I can help make it so the good memories far outnumber the bad. I know you said we won't ever cross paths again, but I still want to atone for what I did to you. To you. And the other half of your soul. That's all I want. Your efforts will all be in vain. Maybe, but I'll deal with that when I come to it. Mel! Yay! Mel! I hate to interrupt this really serious conversation, but how long are we going to have to wait here off to the side? Just, Yukimasa, you can stay behind. Hey look, it's the boy formerly known as Mel. What? Then who am I now? And who the heck are you? I'm Francois's pet. Hey, don't use that name, you buffoon. You think you're talking about me. What? You mean the man standing right there? Jean-Francois Barnier? Though he's a bit younger than I remember. I knew you were a creep, but now you're making people into pets? You've hit rock bottom. Yeah, look at Mel. Wow, he's not amused. He's like, wow, you shitty. You want another taste of my fist, huh, punk? Oh, if you as much as touch him, I'ma jump into this game, breaking the wall, and then you be on the floor. For the record, I am not the man she calls Francois. I won't get into the details, but I just had to assume his name. Sure, whatever you say. Wait, hold on a second. Maybe I'm just imagining it, but you, Barnier, or whatever your name is, don't seem like as much of a stuck-up jerk as I remember. He caught on. Quickly, too. The boy formerly known as Mel is starting to freak out. Stop that, I'm not formally known as anything. Ah, it's the Saintess! Nelly! Oh my gosh, I can't believe this. She's so tiny. A mini Saintess, she's adorable. And remember that Nelly was actually taller than Morgana. Would you please stop shouting in my ear? You're going to make me go deaf. Come have tea over here with me, Saintess. I've got rose petals to put in the teacups to make it even yummier. Well, and there's also cake loaded with sugar. Ooh, that sounds great. I want some cake too. And don't know who you are, but I'm such a nice girl. I let you have some too. Yahoo! I'm not going to have snacks with you. And you sure are unusually clingy considering how much you despise the other half of my soul. The first door goes whoosh right under the bridge. It's spreading. It's pretty crazy how girls can go from nothing to friends in the blink of an eye, huh? Hehehe. Oh yeah. So, who's the dirty hobo? I don't look that bad. No, in fact you don't. Every boy other than my first and second brothers is gross by default. So you'll have to try a lot harder than that. When Jackie starts trying to impress people, he gets drunk on money and power, so please don't encourage him. It got quite lively in here while we were away. Is Pauline with you? Yay, Pauline! Hey guys, it's been forever. Haven't seen you in... Well, I haven't seen two of you before at all. Oh, y'all, we're safe. Pauline is here. I swear, every last one of you has the same reaction. He says he's the Lord, and that due to plot contrivances, he's younger than when we knew him. The Lord? It's not that hard to make the connection, is it? The Lord was more purple, I thought. Don't associate people with their clothes. Use their faces, you brain-dead feral dog. I'm beginning to wonder if Yucky would be able to tell the difference between you and Francois, even if he wasn't nutso. Oh, also, where's my second brother and the maid? Didn't they come with you? They're busy flirting with each other in the present day. Aw, that's no fair. I want to see the present day too. If you wish hard enough, maybe you will end up there. There's tons of different cakes to choose from too. Let's go to the Cheesecake Factory! I want to go too. Oh! Yukimasa is gonna be like, I'll take you there. But I've put on some weight recently, and I'm trying to shake it off. Then shake it off! I don't want him to abandon me because I'm not to his liking. Yeah, Yukimasa not gonna think about that. He's very simple-minded. I love women with powerful appetites, Pauline. Yeah, Yukimasa, let's go! Jacopo's like, I don't even want to hear you flirt like this. Then Cheesecake Factory, here I come! Well, one good point to Yukimasa. Hooray! We can all go together! I can't even bring myself to make a jab about how he always says exactly what she wants to hear. Let him! You'll come with us too, won't you, my dearest Mal? What, me? I don't know. I'd feel really awkward being the only guy with a bunch of girls. There's going to be so many of them there. If you want to fit in better, you can just dress up like a girl. That's a good idea. Why is that the first thing your mind jumps to? I think you'd look dashing as a girl, dearest Mel. I think so too. You two would make a lovely pair of sisters. Then we'll have to go dress shopping for Mel first. Yay! Only if he wants to. Could you please not? Aw, bummer. If you want to come, Jackie, we can dress you up all nice and pretty too. I mean, with a bit of work, it could work. Like hell. And don't try to get a reaction out of me either, because it won't work. I didn't know you were into that, Lord. You seem to really want to relive my fist obliterating your gut, boy. Jacobo, did you not hear me? Breaking the fourth wall, telling you that I would come in there in this time distortion and whoop your ass? I would kind of like to see that though. Not the Lord, but Yukimasa. Woo! Well, we were also speculating how, you know, he kind of pulled off that flower in his hair. Yukimasa. He kind of looked like Giselle. He's like, I'll do it if you want to. Or Pauline, if that is what you truly desire of me. Okay, 2 points to Yukimasa for even considering it. You are allowed to say no, you realize. If we're only here to faff about like fools, then I will be taking my leave. You're just looking for an excuse to bail, aren't you? You seem really prickly and not in a very good mood, Saintess. More so than usual, I mean. That shouldn't be any surprise when the most upsetting man in the world is still in my line of sight. I don't think there's much for us to talk about this time, really. Yeah, what the heck? I barely got any screen time in this game. I'm calling my lawyer. And I look even more pathetic after this. No, you're even more lovely. You're only useful if you've got Snowy to nudge you in the right direction. Boy formerly known as Mel. I'm not... Oh, never mind. It's not worth it. I too lost a few points with this story. You lost? Well, Requiem, yes, you lost. But you gained 2 points now. Without that angel's help, the both of us end up villains. I actually feel like you might have gained some points. You were kinda more controlled here than in the main game. Very true. Hey, Yucky! Could you do your catchphrase for me? My... catchphrase? Pretend a violent goon just came crashing through the window, and you can do whatever you want to him. Uh-oh, we're about to see screaming. Shall I kill him? Yes! I'm not sure I would call that a catchphrase. Yukimasa, remember what we agreed on. No more talking like that. No more. Of course, Pauline. I was merely acting for the girl. But was it though? I kinda love this dynamic. Oh, okay, that's a relief. I may need to curse the beast again. Anyway, he was a monster from start to finish. And everyone came into this knowing that, so I doubt public opinion is any worse than it already was. We even got to see his wicked smile more times than in the main game, if I'm counting right. Well, he's nothing if not consistent. Michael may have talked him into helping out, but he never actually felt shame or regret about what he'd done. The closest he gets to breaking free from that is in the second door. Maybe what we need to do is knock his memories out of him again. And bring Bestia back? Are you out of your mind? Not even Pauline could bring him back from Bestia. That said, I'm glad I got to see everyone again, even at the cost of my reputation. I hope we can do this again sometime. I explicitly said we wouldn't, as you might recall. I mean, I guess, but... As times change, so too does the heart, Saintess. That's right, well said, Nelly. Hee hee. It'd be super sad. I'd be super sad if you ended Requiem in the same place as the main game. Besides, you need to come to the cheese factory with us. You're never going to... Cheesecake Factory. You're never going to stop talking about this place, are you? You're all free to believe what you want. Nothing is going to change where I stand on this matter. I was actually in Copenhagen at a place called Cheesecake Factory, and in fact they did have such good cheesecakes. You're a stubborn saintess. That is sort of a prerequisite to cursing someone for a millennium, yes. Didn't you say that strong wishes come true though? So I'll wish really hard for us to see each other again. Does your us include my other half? The white-haired girl. What? You can't stand her, can you? I'll play nice with her next time, I promise. I'm not the girl I used to be, not anymore. I see. Well, if by some impossibly remote chance you do run into her, be sure to apologize. I doubt she bears any ill will over it though. That's a promise. I'll tell her I'm sorry and make up for what I did. Nellie's surprisingly well behaved with Morgana around. Although she was completely destroyed, so no amount of wishing will ever bring her back. But I won't stop you from trying. Alright. Now I think it's about time we wrap this up. It's dragged on far too long. It's not like we get to do this more than once a game. So I don't see a problem with taking it at a relaxed pace. There's relaxed, and then there's running around like a bunch of chickens with your heads cut off. And you are firmly in the latter category. Now farewell everyone, until our souls cross paths once more in the boundless sphere of fate. Ahaha. Bye bye, Saintess, see you! I hope we get to meet again eventually. Young Saint, I pray your next life may be a peaceful one, and I swear I will never cause you any more pain. Goodbye. Stop dawdling, you two. We're leaving. Right. Later, guys. It was great meeting you. So long, and see you again, perhaps. A fitting place to end, I suppose. This always was the story of a cursed mansion. Hey now, aren't you forgetting about someone? What? Noemi! Yes! Sup? Hey, it's Mr. Mask! That's got to be your worst one yet, Jaren. Alright. I forgot your story was included in this too. Come on. How are you just gonna forget one of the best stories in the game? We've no idea what he looks like, but he sounds hot. Imeon is a woman. Oh, huh. Hey, both guys and gals can be hot. And I'd put money down on me being a better man than every other damn guy in this game. Well, I think that you'd be very close to Michael, definitely. I can't really argue with that. Who exactly is this anyway? Right back at ya, buddy. Who are you? The hero, he says. I have the strangest urge to kick those smug teeth in right now. And besides, wouldn't it make more sense for Michael to be here to go over my part? You're 100% correct. Let's leave this worthless man behind and go visit him in the present. Stop right there. I'm not letting you go there again after how hard I had to fight to bring you back. She just wanna go be with Michael and Giselle. But oh my gosh! Michael is gonna meet Naomi! Fine. Then I'll summon Michael here. He's probably busy flirting with Giselle right about now. Maybe we should, you know, check so they're not busy? I'd feel terrible interrupting, so just let him be. I thought you wanted to see him. Oh, I'm not denying that. I'm just hoping our reunion can be under different circumstances. Next time I see him, I want to be such a hottie his eyes jump out of his skull. Not this sad imitation of a zombie. Can you imagine the look on his face when he sees what I look like? It's gonna be great. Michael has grown enough that I'm sure he'll have no trouble being friends with you, even after he learns you're not a man. Damn straight he will. I pick him better than that. God, he has a job, friends, a girlfriend. How much more typically good guy can he get? You jealous, mister? Don't you dare insult Michael. Exactly. Jab him into the gut. For God's sake, will everyone stop reading my mind? So, Imi. Imi. At the end of your story, was that like a you're a boy inside thing? Nah. I'm a woman through and through. Just pretended to be a guy for Michael. I do swing both ways though. Oh! So maybe like tomboy and he's bi, she's bi. If we ever meet in another life, I'd love to take you out for drinks. Oh! Or anywhere else you'd like to go. She blushing. See? Forget about Barnier. Forget about Barnier. Naomi is the real deal. She's trying to pick someone up she met 5 minutes ago. My heart skipped a beat. I'm getting serious lady Oscar vibes from you, Amy. Haha. Well, I suppose we should talk a bit about Ascent to Dele while we're here. That story was originally included in a preview pamphlet distributed before the main game was released, making it rather old. Oh! Original. It was then reimagined into game form for inclusion in Requiem. The general beats of the story are the same in both versions, but there is more meat on this one. Plus, it makes my motivations a little clearer, making it so you started out getting close to Michael for a less than noble purpose, and then slowly warmed up to him, gave the ending a little more weight, I thought. And as a side note, Imeon was also briefly referenced in the main game. During the scene in the mansion where Michael's spirit is breaking down, there's a little line that goes, at one point, a man with an unusual disease stumbled across the mansion while wandering through the forest, but there is a little more to be said about that. The man it's talking about there is Imian. But that's not all. In the final chapter, he sings a song to the flaxen-haired little girl, right? And he says it's a song an old acquaintance of mine heard while traveling. That acquaintance is me. Oh yes, I never made that connection. It makes sense. There's no one else he could have heard it from. He would have said as much if it was from Giselle or his brothers. You ended up having a bigger part in the main game than I realized. And I'm glad I was finally able to show up in proper here. That reminds me, didn't a rough modern day design for you show up in the short game released after the first popularity contest? It did, but I'm not sure why you're bringing up something readers would have no way of knowing, since it's not available in English. How was I supposed to know that? You were called out for that exact thing just a few scenes back. Anyway, sorry to disappoint anyone reading this who happens to have seen that design, but it's staying in the idea bin for now. When that game was released, the staff still hadn't settled on what Requiem would end up being. They were exploring a bunch of possibilities, one of them being to make the follow-up a light, cheerful game, which is where that came from. But they decided they really want to make something with more substance, that was also capable of standing on its own. So they poured their heart and soul into making the Requiem you have in your hands now. And I hope you're satisfied with how it turned out. Yep, that about covers it. You know, ever since this backstage event started, you felt more like you're colluding with the author than the Lord. Don't think too hard about it. Maybe she's a favorite. Now to talk a bit about the game you actually got. The main theme of Ascento Delle was friendship. That's a thread common in most of the stories, including Requiem, in fact. Friendship. And how easily those bonds can break. Very sad stuff. My friendship with Michael is fine and well, thank you. I just kicked the bucket a bit sooner than him. You and Jackie were both real fixated on finding far-off utopias, though. Your heart's off in dreamland, and you're not seeing what you already have within reach. All I have in reach right now is a cursed mansion. Fair. The time period was a big factor in what happened to us too. My disease is much more manageable in the present day than back then. What was the disease? And Michael wouldn't get sentenced to death by the church now either. I think it wasn't so much a physical place we dreamed of, but the far future. My eyes are leaking. Oh, I thought you couldn't feel hush up and read the room. Well, I had my spot in the limelight, so y'all should head back. Jaren's like, don't ruin my chances with Imian. I hope we can see each other again sometime, Imi. Everyone's going to the Cheesecake Factory. The what? It's a place where you can get all the cake in the world. Me and the other girls all decided we were going. Sounds like fun. Then I suppose I'll join you and the other girls. Can't wait to meet them. It's not that kind of buffet. Wasn't Imian also saying that she wished to be like surrounded by girls? Hey now, it's poor manners to read someone else's mind. Crude savages, the both of you. Let's be off then. Farewell, Noemi. Should our souls somehow cross paths once more in the boundless sphere of fate, I will consider acknowledging your existence. That's the first. What kind of goodbye is that? My gut tells me that was some kind of ridiculously backhanded compliment, but I ain't gonna push it. Later, gang. Goodbye. Bye! Yippee! We're back! Took you fucking long enough. I only fell asleep a couple times. Hey, where's Francois? I booted his royal ass back where he came from. Can you imagine how absurd it would look for the three of us to just be chilling down here together waiting for you to come back? Yeah, it looked really weird. Pshaw. You had me scared for a bit there. I was worried I might not make the cut for the final get-together either. Why wouldn't you? You're one of the gang. I just feel really fucking bad about what I did, and don't think I deserve to be called that anymore. Oh, I didn't realize you were capable of feeling regret, Beefcake. You're the last person I want to hear anything about feelings from. Come on, Morgana. I'm staying right here. Get your little ass moving! I know you have complicated feelings about all this, and that I have absolutely no right to make you do anything. But this was still our story. So we should be there. Fine. The gang's all back together. Woo! And with this, our story is officially over. Thank you all so much for sticking around for it. Now some parting words from our heroine Morgs. What? It'd be weird for me to have the last word in your game. You can't expect me to come up with something on the spot. Okay, Jackie can go first. You think about what you're gonna say while he's talking. What? What am I supposed to say? Whatever, just buck up and say something. To all of you out there reading this, I obviously have no idea what you think, how you feel about our story, our lives. But I hope, at least, it was something that left an impression that will stick with you. 1000%. While I ended up screwing up things beyond belief, it was still my life, and I fought tooth and nail to make the best of the hand I was dealt. So it would mean a lot to me if some part of that could find meaning beyond the four edges of this screen. And I'm not sure what else to say. Well, I sincerely appreciate you sticking around this long. Thank you. That is it for me. Nice. Now you're up, Morgs. Very well. Looking back, this series has been active in some form of another for quite a number of years. Whether you've been following along since the beginning or only recently discovered Fata Morgana, I offer unto you my blessings. Farewell. Until we meet again. I imagined the blessing being for Aura. Okie dokie, everyone. Give me your biggest smile. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Thank you so very much for playing our game. As the author, I would not normally make any sort of comment within the game itself, but with this being a side story, a bonus of sorts, I'd like to bend the rules a bit and extend my gratitude to you directly. I would also like to offer my sincerest apologies for the delays in our Requiem for Innocence release, and thank you kindly for your patience. TL note. The LOC team did not consume enough caffeine to keep their deadline and have been locked up to take time to reflect on their mistakes. Oh my gosh, we about to have curses left and right. Requiem is a deeply unpleasant and painful story, but I try to sprinkle little morsels of hope throughout it. So hopefully you aren't coming away from it with a terrible aftertaste. As was mentioned in Imian's segment, we considered a number of possibilities for a follow-up to The House in Fata Morgana. But ultimately we settled on the story of Jacopo's and Morgana's past. I apologize to anyone who was hoping for something lighter, but this was the best way to touch on the themes I wanted to explore. And it feels like it fits in better with Fata Morgana this way. I'm glad I was able to tell this story, and I pray you were able to enjoy it. In writing Requiem, I spent many hours digging through the text of the original game's final chapter to make sure I didn't introduce any inconsistencies. While you only saw small glimpses of what was in their hearts there, I feel like I was able to flesh that out and give it real life here. Jacopo particularly was shackled by something until the very end, and I think I managed to expound on what exactly that was here. I can't say whether he'll be able to free himself from those shackles anytime soon, but I imagine he will at least be trying. Let's put that hard-working trait to good use. Moving forward from Requiem's timeline, we know he makes the same mistakes in the main game's third door. But perhaps he too will be able to reclaim himself when he's released from the witch's curse. Maybe I should make him do a Reclaim Yourself marathon like Michael. Now, while I said I was glad I could tell this story, I must confess it was, in a way, more difficult for me to write than Fata Morgana. Though there was a great deal of pain and suffering in the main game as well. It was not brought on by Michael's own failures, and in the end, his actions are still good. So there was just like one author to this game, not several? Requiem is very much the opposite though. Writing a character who knows what they're doing is wrong, hates themselves for doing it, yet still barrels headfirst down that path was somewhat maddening to do. That said, I didn't get to write much of Jacopo not putting on an act in the main game, so hopefully you enjoyed seeing what's beneath the mask. There are a number of characters in Fata Morgana with multiple personas, and that's an especially deep-rooted aspect of Jacopo's character. In fact, one of the reasons Jaren was so utterly lacking in pretense is because I felt like that was a big part of too many existing characters. So I made her the exact opposite. Getting inside Morgana's head was also rather difficult. She described her time at the brothel as when she learned to experience joy. So I especially wanted to focus on making her feel more human. While she released herself from her curse at the end of main game, that only brought her back from in negatives to dead neutral. And I hope one day she's able to turn squarely toward positive. A Requiem for Innocence was not only Jacopo's and Morgana's story, but it was also a story of friendship, companionship, and growth. The characters from the main game didn't have much in the way of proper interactions there, so I'm glad I was able to use the first half of Requiem to show them having fun and living their lives without sacrificing what makes Fata Morgana what it is. I'm especially fond of the Midsummer Festival scene and Jacopo carrying Morgana on his back under the sunrise. What were your favorite parts? I have too many. Well, I suppose it's time to draw the curtains for real. Thank you so very much for spending your time with me in the house in Fata Morgana. And I hope that one day we may cross paths again. Yay! Oh, amazing. Did something appear? No, I'm just gonna look. Nothing. Art gallery. We got all of the photos. We did, didn't we? Oh my gosh, this one. Oh, this one breaks me. And then this one, and this one, and this one. Huh? Is there supposed to be, like, one here? There's supposed to be an image. An extra image. But there is none. Has fragment been locked? Unlocked. It's time for the true ending. Well, there is no more here. And it wasn't under gift either. Oh, hey, oh, here! Here it is! I found it! Oh, let me just have some snacks. They hit it rather well. The writer had so much fun with the backstage stuff. Oh, truly. My favorite scene was one Michael was drawing Giselle and his reaction to Giselle's accidental confession. Oh my god, yes! Almost all of my favorite moments are with Giselle and Michael. Let's go! How long is Fragments? I'm assuming it's also a story. Another favorite moment is reveal of Bestia being Yukimasa. Yes! Yes, yes, yes. Okay. 45 minutes, 2025. It always takes a little bit longer for me. Because of my reading and because of my inputs. Okay, let's go. Bonus track fragment. Oh. So what's on the agenda for today? What I want to do? There isn't anything in particular. Don't give me that look. I don't know what people do for recreation, because unlike someone, I didn't live a life of leisure and luxury. Yes, that's right. I'm a dreadfully boring person. Oh my god, this music! Oh, I loved it! I love it. It's a I have tissues. I have it! I imagine you've begun to regret bringing such a dull girl with you. No, not in the slightest. If you say so. But you choose what we're doing today, alright? Huh? You want me to sing? I don't mind. What are you laughing about? You didn't think I would agree? Okay, fine. I won't sing. Puppy dog eyes won't change my mind either. Are you sure? I don't really know how to do them. That's that. I'm not going to sing. Alone, that is. Yes, you're singing with me. Oh, look at her smile. Go find someone who has a lute and ask to borrow it. Jacopo, where are you at? Hehe, you don't get the say in the matter. You did ask to borrow that, right? And got permission. None of the shenanigans you pulled at the festival. We need to remain on good terms with everyone if we're going to live here. Well, good. I'm glad you could manage that much. At some point, if we're going to do this again, you should purchase your own so you don't have to borrow one. It would certainly make things simpler, wouldn't it? Next time a merchant is in town, if they're selling a lute, buy it. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. As long as it has strings capable of making music, that's adequate. And if it's out of tune, you can tune it. You can at least manage that, can't you? Hehe. It's exactly how you described it, all those many years ago. Fields of wheat, as far as the eye can see, swaying back and forth like waves in an ocean of gold. I had assumed that after all this time, you would have lost your fondness for such rustic scenery, that you preferred bustling cities, heavily guarded fortresses, and merchants peddling unusual wares. But it seems I was wrong. Thankfully. Huh? Yes, I'm quite fond of areas like this. They're pleasant and relaxing. I wonder if this really is where my real father came from. I never told you this, but in my village I was revered as a saint, worshipped as the daughter of God. And to this day, a part of me still sees myself as such. You're just an ordinary girl. How many times has Jacopo said this? But also Michael. Maybe so. You've said as much so many times now, I'm almost beginning to believe it. That is entirely on you, yes. If I truly am, then I have a father somewhere. One night, I overheard my mother muttering something. At the time, I assumed it was just a dream, but if what she said was true, my father was a mere vagrant. A man whose face I never once saw, whose name I never heard. Would you like to meet him? Frankly, I'm not sure. I wouldn't know what to say even if I did. He might not even know I exist. It didn't sound like he had any interest in staying with my mother, which does not speak particularly well of his character. I think the issue was your mother. If he had chosen to stay instead of abandoning her, then she wouldn't have had to lie about having a virgin birth. Maybe we could have even been a normal family. And the entire course of my life could have been different. What? Why is that your first reaction? You're not going to hunt him down and give him a piece of your mind? No. Any form of violence is forbidden. Not even if it's for my sake. Too many people have been hurt already. Which isn't to say I don't understand what you meant. When you said the world would trample all over you if you didn't have the strength to fight back. As children, we were both helpless to fight back against a cruel world. But I stand by what I said. No more. I once believed you to be a weak man. But I've realized I was mistaken. I now know you have more than enough strength. Enough to take the lives of countless men. Some part of me always knew. But that's all the more reason. I don't want to hurt anyone else ever again. To take any more lives. All right, I won't. You swear it. I will have no choice but to deem you utterly irredeemable if you break that promise. Understood? What? No, that doesn't mean I think you presently have redeeming qualities. Have you lost your mind? Honestly, this is not the time for silly do you like me games. Don't tell me you're waiting for an answer. Because you're never getting one. What? Fine, if you want to know what I think so badly. No, I don't much care for you. So she says. Hehe. Oh yes, so I was wondering. Other towns celebrate midsummer as well, yes? I see. So it's a fairly standard summertime tradition. Huh? If you ask me to go, I would not object. What? Yes, I'm particularly fond of the commotion. But it's a unique experience. There were no such festivals in the village where I was born. It was so small. There was little in the way of entertainment to speak of. Perhaps I was their entertainment. A real saint appearing would indeed be cause for celebration. Life in the Lord's custody was miserable, but I'm not sure it would have been much different had I stayed. Maybe getting out was ultimately better for me. It was hardly all good times, but any stretch of the imagination. But it did allow me to experience a more normal world. Oh, there you go again. I've long since tired of hearing you go on about ambitions. Yes, I know. My definition of normal is too impoverished for you. I've heard it a dozen times now. But this is what I know. So climb down off your high horse and adjust. I'm not so accommodating a girl as to unconditionally support you in your endless endeavors to climb up and up and up. In fact, I intend to kick you back down anytime you start trying. So keep yourself in check. I used to think I didn't have any right to interfere with your dreams. But now, I'll be doing everything in my power to stand in your way. Keep that in mind. Then I'll just have to find a new dream. Excuse me? So you're going to look for a different way to be a fool then? Did you hear a single word I said? Every single one, yes. Why do I even bother? So what madness is brewing in that hollow skull of yours now? I'm going to win your heart. That was even worse than I imagined. You're possibly the world's biggest fool. Oh, what is it now? You want me to call you by your name? Why would I waste my breath? Listen to how many times I'm saying your name. You're not yourself today. You're never so forward. It's not right. Perhaps you ate something moldy, maybe. Besides, your name is just another word. It's nothing to get so worked up about. What are you, a child? Disappointed I'm not what you thought. I never said that. not going to call you by your name, understood? For heaven's sake. Let's change the subject. The way you're silently staring at me is making my skin crawl. So, the lute. I would like you to teach me how to play the lute. Why? Is there something wrong with me wanting to know how to play? I suppose it is. Unusual, perhaps. I never had a chance to learn much of anything, though. I know a little of how people normally entertain themselves. So I want you to catch me up on what I missed. And don't get upset if I'm a slow study. You do have an impossibly short fuse, after all. Something else. Let's see. You know how to fish, don't you? You would go to the river sometimes, as I recall. You still don't know much about this area. Perhaps there are rivers or lakes nearby. So, teach me how to do that too. All right. Come on, don't just stare at me. And do you know any words other than okay? Good heavens. Will you say my name? You don't know when to give up, do you? Is it that important to you? I don't want you to forget. I don't want you to forget me again. I don't want you to forget what I look like. The sound of my voice. Or how I feel about you. I don't want you to forget what we talked about. What kind of man I was. Or all the time we shared together. Please. Don't forget me. Why would you ask me that now? Right as I was... If I had remembered, would anything have been any different? Could we have not ended up so far down the wrong path? If I had gone and found you, would that have stopped you from becoming what you did? No, forget it. It's not worth thinking about. Can I hold your hand? Pardon? You don't need to ask for permission for every little thing. You've always been like that. Always asked permission or had me initiate any kind of physical contact. Except when you would put that ointment on my face, that is. Even that morning when you carried me home. You wouldn't just pick me up. You made me climb onto your back. Because I promised I wouldn't touch you without permission. You actually kept that ancient promise for all those years. Is there no end to your stupidity? I swear. Someone needs to come up with a new word to describe you. Do as you please. Look at you, a grown man shaking like a fawn. Sometimes I can't tell if you have a heart of stone or of glass. Though I suppose I'm not terribly different in that regard. Unable to even speak my heart unless there's no one else around. Unable to face you except through this childish fantasy. Not even able to show any vulnerability. You once said, who knows how many years ago, that being this close has the effect of making us more open. Well, I despise you more than anything in this vast world. You showed me happiness, and then you showed me the depths of absolute despair. I have no idea what to do with you, so I didn't do anything. I couldn't do anything. What other choices did I have? Yet here you are, still lingering. After I released your soul, you went and put on a new set of shackles. What was even the point? Tell me, how many times have you tried to grasp at this illusion? How many times have you punished yourself? I suppose if you want to think I'm just part of your illusion, I won't stop you. This whole realm is an impossibly idealistic fantasy. That's fine, it makes it easier for me to say this. I do regret some of what I did. That I misdirected my anger. Oh yes, I still revile you, of course. But even more so, I'm heartbroken. How did it all end up like this? Like that? So far gone, so irreversibly off the path. It was my words that ultimately pushed you over the edge, wasn't it? I want to make amends. I don't need your atonement. I told you already. It's all done. No curses, no forgiveness. Nothing more between us, ever again. Why then, why am I here talking to you? It's foolish. We're hopeless fools, the both of us. But it's not my fault. This realm is overflowing with so much warmth. I can't hold back everything I've kept locked away all those centuries. But in the end, I just feel wretched about it all. I would have rather never remembered. We spent our lives trying so hard to suppress those memories, fighting against our past, just as we're doing now. All right, that's quite enough. Would you please let go of me now? Hello. I said let go. Let go of my hand. And I hate you. I'll never feel anything but hatred for you. There's nothing left in my heart but that. This is simply me showing pity for a pathetic lost soul. I was never able to let go of you. Maybe you should have said so back then. Though I suppose you couldn't have. I had someone else to lead my way. All you could do was sit back and watch me go. You were never one who could cry in front of others or hold on to someone for support. You had to rely on this sad fantasy to bring yourself to hold my hand. There truly is no hope for you. So what now? Or are you just going to stay here, all alone, for the rest of eternity? Many, many ages ago, when I was still a child, I looked up to you. I might have even had some fondness for you. What? Perhaps so. Perhaps it would have been better if we had done this sooner. I want you to forget everything I've said. This is a realm where nothing bad ever happens, right? So I'd like to indulge in this childish dream for a little while longer. Have you finally calmed down? Act smug all you want, I saw everything. I know good and well just how sad a man you truly are. Ah, someone's waving to us in the distance. I'm still not particularly good with strangers, but the people in this land are all so kind. And you'll be holding my hand, won't you? Of course, let's go. Yes, let us be off. Ugh. Y'all, I need dual papers. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Ugh. Rather than showing you the world one day, someday, I'd like to bring you somewhere where your body and spirit can rest easy. Not as atonement for my sins, but because I want to see it too. No. Oh, why do I have to make it the background? Oh. Oh my gosh. Hi Nils. Hi carriers. Oh my gosh. Y'all, they knew what they were doing with this. Oh my gosh. The way I even thought in the back of my mind, I was like, okay, it'll all be okay once we go to the title screen, and they bring it to the title screen! Y'all, and the music too! To the title screen! Ugh. Dual wielding paper. Do I hate or like Jacobo? Yes! Literally. Oh my goodness. This game truly is something else. Like, both the base game and Requiem for Innocence. Absolutely fantastic. And when I thought I couldn't love the characters more, however problematic Jacobo is, like, he's truly such a well-written character. It's just like one, minor thing that I would like to switch up, and that is the ages. But other than that, perfection. And there's so many likable characters, like so many. The soundtracks, 10 out of 10. All of them. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. I'm so glad I decided to play this game. So glad I decided to play this game. And I'm glad I brought it up with Aura too, because she also pushed me in the direction of playing this game. But we also have Resurrection to play. And I have the Nintendo Switch. But that is gonna have to be for the next time. Hold on. I'm gonna switch to the big screen. Come on. What the? Hold on. I'm switching to the big screen. I just need to... Wah! It is so difficult to X out of this game. There we go. Since I have two monitors and I have them like stacked. So it always want to go like to the other one. On with the music and chatting. Oh, right. Yukimasa was on screen. Of course he was on screen. Of course. Well, this time I didn't get as startled. as you know, as last time. Oh my goodness. Last time, I mean, yesterday, well, since it's past midnight, you know, no, I'm just gonna say today and yesterday and stuff like that. I'm not even gonna consider it being midnight. Isn't like every game for you a 10 out of 10? No, not really. I mean, the games I've played on my channel, a lot of them 10 out of 10, a lot of them, honestly. But it's also because I don't, when I rank games and when I rate them, I don't take into consideration any other game. I rate it as the game is. But if I'm gonna say something, then that is that these characters are probably the best written fictional characters ever. Ever. Because I think that most games usually just, you know, they touch upon the backstory of a character and they never really go through intense character development or anything like that. It's just like, you know, it's quite just like, it's just like almost like a straight line that goes like this, like vibrates at times. Or they go just straight up villainy or something like that, and it just isn't like there's no good like payoff. So if I would consider Fata Morgana, how the characters are written here with any other game, like the other games wouldn't even come close. We can say previously on Bea stream to keep it simple. Yes, yes. No, we need Yukimasa with cheesecake. Yes. Okay, Yukimasa with cheesecake. Y'all, when I come back from Stockholm and we have our next stream, this chatting window is gonna be perfect. I'm gonna make it so pretty. So pretty. Hold on, I missed so many comments. Revenant's Dream is just as short, I think. Oh, really? Side story is also a must-read for this series. The fact that Jacopo is a villain at the end of the day makes it a bit easier to accept the writing concerning his flaw compared to it if he was portrayed as a hero. Exactly, absolutely, absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Yes. I would have been much more disturbed otherwise, because I'd be like, oh, what the frick? No. That makes it even worse. If it could be any worse. But I like that they didn't like have some kind of redemption arc for him or anything like that. Is Yukimasa your new mascot? For now. Honestly, I just wanted to see him with a flower in his hair, and he quite suits it. He looks less intimidating with the flower in his hair. I absolutely love the story. Brushing ASMR! You can say, oh, yes. Beauty stream is coming when? If you're already doing your hair on stream for us? might as well do my nails too, but I already did them. They're the usual pink. Michael is extremely talented. He can express every human emotion in a single expression. I love how expressive his face is. I absolutely love how expressive he is. I read Michael is extremely tangled and thought you would suggest he brush his hair too. I mean, didn't Giselle say she would cut his hair? But she didn't. Maybe she forgot about it. Anyway, long hair is nice. I like. Oh, thank you so much, Daryl. Thank you, thank you. Have my heart. There. Better characters than Final Fantasy VII? Yes. Yes, I would say so. I am too bad with showing other emotion outside. Well, we can't all be good at it. Well, then at least you have a good poker face, Nils. Sometimes additional stories from other sources add more depth to the characters. Exactly. Are you gonna do streams for Fata Morgana reincarnation? Yes, yes I will. Yes, I will. That will have to be this coming week. I'm going on a weekend to Stockholm, so I won't be able to. But the week after that, we could do Friday and Saturday, like usual. And I already have like my Nintendo Switch set up, and I already tested out everything. So everything should be running smoothly. Also, I guess my favorite arc is the last chapter in the main game and Giselle's backstory. Like, I thought all of the doors were freaking incredible. But 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 8, those were really something else. Take care, Daryl. Bye. Good night, sweet dreams. Yukimasa looks so kind. That's the thing with Yukimasa. Like, he can smile, and you'd think that he could be kind. But now when I put a flower in his hair, like, he looks even more harmless. But I should have just put, you know, Pauline as well here as a PNG, because you don't know when he's gonna act up. So if we don't have Pauline, I might be in trouble. Morgana really, oh yes. I also love Morgana. She grew on me so much. Michael has Sephiroth hair routine. God, how much shampoo does Michael need for a shower? Oh, probably a bottle. I have the no emotion or too much smiling face sometimes. I smile in the weirdest situation. That sounds cute though. At this point, how would you rank your top 5 Fata characters? Ooh! Actually, we are gonna do a tier list, but I think it's a little bit too late for that because I wanted to do several different lists. But I'll say this. Michael is my favorite. Like, all around character. Michael is my favorite. And he's also very well written. I love his backstory. I love his personality. I love everything about him. The only flaw that Michael has is that he's too forgiving. But you know what? He can have that. I'll be the one not forgiving anyone. I'll be that part for him. I love Jacopo. So Michael and Jacopo, Morgana too, love her as well. Incredibly written characters. Giselle. Y'all, I'm gonna have to rank these. For sure. And Mel! Mel! And I just know that Imian or Naomi would have been a top contender if we would have had like more like backstory and more of this character, because she has such great potential. Like such a fun character and so very interesting. Yeah, I would have really loved to see more of Imian. Maybe there's more in Resurrection. Maybe we're lucky and see more in Resurrection. Yukimasa has a lot of fangirls in the games. Morgana, so pure, and after everything she did and done, I still love her. Yeah, like at first I was really like annoyed with her like in the base game, but once you get to know her and her backstory, she's so lovable. Even though she made Michael and Giselle go through all of that, like I can't even think badly of her anymore at all. Like, she's just a kid. I still don't forgive her for putting Giselle through all that, to be honest. I totally understand. Like, I cannot forget that, but like, I can forgive. But if I was in Morgana's shoes, I would not forgive Jacopo. But Giselle and Michael is #1 favorites. My #1 couple as well. Bear, will you do a little video blog on Stockholm to show us once you return on stream? I mean, I could take some photos. That I could do. I don't think my friends would be too fond of like having them on photos, but I'm gonna take photos on like landscape, so you'll see like landscape and just, you know, city photos and food photos, such like that. Yes. And maybe I'll have a photo of myself. Guys, I'm too awkward to ask my friends to be like, can you take a picture of me here? Like, I'm the one taking the pictures. I'm too awkward. That's why I barely have any photos. I'm trying to get better. Without even noticing it myself, and then people asking, why is this dude smiling or laughing? I'd be like, something good happened in his life. I still don't... Oh, alright, I read that. Michael is my husband for real. Oh, you and me both. Like, the way I would never let a man like Michael go. Nah. He's perfect. The only downside with Michael is that I'm probably stronger than him. But it's okay, it's okay. I can be the strength in the relationship. They are such a beautiful and sweet couple. Agreed. How many husbands do you have, Slash? I have so many. I have so many. Like, I could do an Excel. I could do an Excel. Resurrection is next stream. Yes. Resurrection will be the next one. I don't know. How long did we say that Resurrection was? Was it like 20 hours? 30? White hair girl is underrated. I feel she was so ominous the first half of the main game. I liked the white haired girl the most with the reveal in the ending. Like that was just perfect. But comparing her with the other characters, I thought she was a little bit like too like saintly, like a bit too like nice and naive for her to be like a favorite character after the 3 first doors. And then it was like she just like disappeared until the final reveal. For me at least. I don't see Morgana the Whisperer as the same as Morgana. She lost something when the white-haired girl appeared and gained it back when she disappeared. Oh, yeah, I like this. I like how you wrote this. Yes, I agree with you. I am not too much of a make photo person as well. And like I'm going with a bunch of girls that are photo persons. So I'm just gonna be like, when we're taking group photos, I'm gonna be like like I feel like I'm always caught off guard. Morgana's definitely my fave. It's funny that she's the main villain of the main game, but also feels like the emotional heart of the story, since every character and plot line is connected to her. I mean, without Morgana, we wouldn't have the other characters. Like, they wouldn't have been there. Didier could have had a very strong redemption arc. This is a missed opportunity. Indeed, but I don't know. I'm like, I don't know how he would have ever gotten redeemed. Like, I'm trying to think of a certain like scenario where I'd think that I could like forget what he did. Forget because I don't think I can forgive him. Michael can do the forgiving. I'm not doing the forgiving. Relationship therapy with Slash, I take that. I do wonder if Michael would have succumbed to hatred. Would he have become a witch like Morgana? I wonder. It sounds very like unlikely for Michael. Like, Michael is just so... He's so kind, like, genuinely, in the bottom of his heart, like, in his soul, kind and forgiving. Like, I feel like he would have only cursed those who made his loved ones suffer. But for himself, no. I feel like he just lets things go and just... What's done is done. And I mean, that's kind of a nice way to look at it as well. Like, just, you know, moving on. But the thing is, you can also move on without forgiving people. Like, you don't have to forgive people. If people did something really, like, unforgivable to you, and especially knowingly they did this, you don't have to forgive them. You can forget and move on. I'm just thinking that like the person that wants to be forgiven might be the one that is like stunted because you're not doing the forgiving. But the thing is, it's the ball is in your court if you want to forgive or not. So if the person deserves forgiveness, sure. Just remember what Arvid does when posing, Bea. Hip to the side, hand on hip, big smile while you ask Nanaki, how do I look? If Tifa can copy her, sure can you. I'll try that, I'll try that. Why are the witches always called Morgana? Good question. I mean, it's a good name. It's a good, like, mysterious... Maybe it's like a little bit of a witchy name. I really love the name. You know, Merlin the Wizard. Yes. That one I saw 2 years ago, I think. Or was it 3 years ago? While I was sick with COVID. Also, Fata Morgana is like an illusion, right? Like the scientific phenomenon. Yes! I know that Kat mentioned this as well. If he had found out what they wanted to do to Michael, he would have tried to warn him of the danger. But the plan failed at the last minute, and he would spend the rest of his life feeling guilty. I don't know. I mean, it's a good start. It's a good start. But I still, like, I don't see any redemption for Didier. Because he did what he did. And he also put him on that cross. And it's just like... Oh, I just... My Didier hate is just too damn strong. It's too damn strong. Bye, Cher. Good night. Sweet dreams. And I hope Yukimasa doesn't infiltrate your dreams because he's over here as a PNG. Maybe, Yukimasa, maybe you could go now. Yukimasa, bye-bye. Don't give anyone else any nightmares. He disappeared, you guys! He disappeared! How is Jacobo more redeemable than Amy? It has me crying. Yeah, I freaking hate Amy. I hate Amy. Oh my goodness. I watched the Merlin series when I was a teenager, and the last time 7 years ago, I think. You know, just mentioning the series again, I kind of want to watch it again. I really enjoyed the series. And Morgana in Merlin, breathtaking. Like every time she was on screen, I was like, oh, she's so goddamn gorgeous. Whatever, I'll admit, Yukimasa is hot! You and me both. What? What? Who was that? Who was that? It for sure wasn't me. For sure wasn't me. Well, we're gonna do a tier list also with the hottest characters. We're gonna have plenty of tier lists. Oh, yes, exactly. Yes, the witch in that one as well. Slash, you also need to watch Once Upon a Time. I really need to. I really, really need to. Maybe I can do that when I'm in Stockholm, actually. watch it through Netflix. Because for sure, I'm not gonna be able to sleep the first hotel night. Because I can't sleep. Like when I switch places, every time at a hotel, like, no, I can't. So exhausting, and like we have so much on our schedule as well. So she's an iconic witch name. Everyone's favorite little Pookie Bear Yukimasa. And just when he disappeared. Hold on. Pookie Bear comes back now. There he is. Maybe it was good I brought him back, because maybe he crashes my stream before I can even say bye. Very few faces can pull off Yukimasa's haircut. For sure. Like this haircut, like I can't even imagine like who would pull this off. Keanu Reeves. Yes. Young Keanu Reeves would be able to. For sure. Anyone else? I don't know. I was looking back and checking to see James, and I was like, nah, he'd look like such a creep with that hairstyle. He'd look like such a creep. My mother named me after Merlin the wizard, and the name Nils I got from my father. Oh, so that's why it's Nils Merlin. Ah, they actually couldn't agree if I should be called Nils or Merlin, so I became Nils Merlin then. Oh, so it's like both. Is it like a name where you have that? What's it called? What's it called in English? What is bindestreck? Bindestreck på engelska. Hyphen. Is it like a double name, Nils Merlin, or is it like Merlin is your like middle name? Fata Morgana, the phenomena, is a mirage of reflected objects in the sky that distorts to look like castles and flowers. The name was definitely intentional. Oh, I love that. I love the description even. That kind of reminds me of Berserk. I'm not gonna go into it though, in case people haven't watched it. Bea can't sleep in case someone steals her husband. I need so many arms, like I need to be a squid, and I need so many eyes like a spider to be able to watch them all. She was Arthur's sister, half-sister. Keanu for sure, right? He would pull it off. He would. Like, he could pull off like any haircut. I'm thinking James might. I just sent my comment and I was like, he'd look like a creep. Like, no, that is the length I can see him with. Any other, like, longer than that on James, I don't know. Nah, I can't. He'd even look better bald than with Yukimasa's hair. Pyramid Head might rock Yukimasa hair just fine. Okay, Pyramid Head for sure would rock it. Raphael. Yes, Raphael could rock it, definitely. He could. For sure he could. Merlin is my second name. Ah, But most people just call me Nils. Only some of my best friends call me Merlin. Sometimes, or some English people in the internet as well who can't say Nils right. Ah, okay. What do you prefer? Do you prefer Nils or Merlin? Or how do you pronounce it in German? Would that be Merlin? In Swedish it would be Merlin. Yukimasa would indeed absolutely love the role of Pyramid Head. Abso-freaking-lutely. You know what? I've got so many ideas. I've got so many ideas for a template, a just chatting window template. I'm thinking cheesecakes and flowers. Possibly also like candies. But technically Nils Merlin is right. Just almost no one calls me like that. Only I call myself that way. Ah. If Yuki gelled his hair straight up, he would end up looking like Kazuya Mishima. Kazuya Mishima from, is he from, wait, Tekken? Is he from Tekken or is he from Street Fighter? I always forget. Or is it King of Fighters? I'm fine with both names. Gotcha. Ooh, Yukimasa would look good with a wolf cut too. Girl! Yes! Wow, he just got hotter now. Oh, are you thinking... Isra, are you thinking about the wolf cut, you know? The Love and Deep Space wolf cut? Because that's the one I'm thinking about now. Okay, insane. That looks insane in my head. Oh, Isra! I know! Yukimasa is the 6th love interest in Love and Deep Space. Imagine that. Oh, okay. He's in Tekken. I would say Pauline needs to give Yukimasa a nice slick back hairstyle. But then I notice his massive forehead, so yeah, no, definitely not. Well, his massive forehead can be seen right now as well. I think he'd look like a lord. Or maybe, you know, like he's selling something. Selling houses. You know, what's it called? What's it called? What is that called in English? Mäklare. Mäklare på engelska. Ah, a broker. There is a side character in the Evangelion with the same hairstyle but longer. Ooh! Well, the same hairstyle but longer, we also know that Giselle had. So this kinda... They could be siblings. Real estate salesman, Bea. Ah! Real estate, yes! Then why is Google telling me it's a broker? Is that just another? Real estate agent. Real estate broker. Ah. A bit of length, some curls and mess. Perfect. Oh, now I'm imagining it. So beautiful. A good forehead is fine. Indeed. Jacopo, on the other hand, would look incredible with a slick back hairstyle, oh for sure. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's a manga panel where his hair is slick back when he's marrying the white-haired girl. Ooh, you know what I need to do? I need to check the art book more closely. Because I showed it to you guys yesterday. So it's on the stream video of yesterday. And there he almost seemed to have like a wolf cut in one of those. And I was like, looks so good. But I feel like Jacopo would look good in almost any haircut, as well as Michael. Like Michael could also pull off like any hairstyle. You know what? With Michael's personality, with how he is as a person, you could make him bald. Like he'd be perfect still. Well, I could post in your Discord when the next stream, then you can hear my name right. Yeah, sure, do that. Jacopo, Raphael, Michael, Noctis, Silas. Yeah, I see it. Especially with that, you know, when he, when we could see his eyelashes, when he put ointment on Morgana. Do you know anything about foreheads, Bea? Or experience on the topic? I know that there's like a saying, like I don't know if it was like, if it was in Chinese sayings that if you have like a big forehead, then there was something to it. Hold on, let me check. Forehead. And the first thing that comes up is big forehead meme. What? Big forehead saying. It's often seen as a sign of intelligence, wisdom, or good fortune, rather than a negative trait. Yukimasa. Well, he can still be, you know, a murderer and still be smart. Didier Gladiolus. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Nah, make him bald-headed. I think he'd pull it off, for sure. I actually don't know yet when I return to streaming. I haven't streamed since February, but I should return soon. Are you gonna do a speedrun then? Lego Star Wars? Leon in the back. In the back. It took me so long to realize. No way. It's been there all the time. You know, it's not Leon. It's actually James Sunderland from Silent Hill 2. Oh, wait. Should I? You know what? I should get him over here. Hold on. You know what? James is coming over here. Ta-da! Also, I kind of have to have him lean back like that, because if he's like this... Maybe like that? That works. Okay, you have to move. Okay, James will be with us too. Okay, I just squished him. But Do not take my focus, James. I mean the camera focus. Would the camera think that this is a face? Probably. Yeah, I think so. Oh, for sure! For sure I need Requiem Leon as life-size pillow. The best version of Leon. For sure. Why are you staring at me, James? Why? Can you stop? What am I doing to him? I mean, he's the one staring. Behave. Okay, you know what? Just don't take my camera focus. There we go. The correct title is That's My Husband James from Silent Hill 2. Indeed, the correct title. Oh, okay, you're still playing Final Fantasy 16. How do you like it so far? Yukimasa needs a good therapy. We can give him therapy. If he wants to. With Pauline there, it works. Otherwise, without Pauline, no can do. Oh, hold on. I was gonna switch to Chilling Crescendo. I love this one so much. Speaking of, will James travel to Stockholm with you? He's too big. I need to fit all my clothes, and I need at least an extra bag with me to switch out between styles, and I need to switch shoes as well. So he won't fit. He's too big. Now get a cut out Yukimasa and have looming in the corner. For sure I will. For sure I will. And all my highlight space is for my speedruns. Since Switch limited it to 100 hours. What is that limit? I don't know much about Twitch at all. But I was thinking about like multi-streaming. Like sending this stream to Twitch. But I just have to see how I'll do with the comments, because I'll have the YouTube comments in OBS. Could have Twitch's comments. It'll work. But I think I might do that when we're playing maybe Mass Effect. We'll see. We'll see what I do. Clothes or pillow? That's the question. Well, that is a rather difficult question. I would like to have both, but he takes up so much space. Oh, I'm so sorry. I made a comment earlier, Slash. Don't you think that something could be wrong with Yukimasa like Jaren? Sometimes it feels like he also has some issues. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yukimasa for sure has issues. But I see Yukimasa as more like a freaking psychopath. Like, he and Jaren both like lack emotion. Like, they can't really comprehend. Because Yukimasa told us as well, like we were told that it wasn't love that he felt with Pauline. It's more like he's his anchor, and he knows this. She's the key for him to live a quiet life, a normal and quiet life. So that makes me kind of sad for Pauline, because she really loves the guy. And I'm like, I want to save you from him. But at least if he's kept in check. In the second door, awful. I mean, I have more hopes for Yukimasa in the 8th door more than the second door. You can merge chats into one. I would worry more about moderating on Twitch. I mean, I could have also an auto moderation bot. But the only thing with bots are that they can't really distinguish. They don't know if someone is being like passive aggressive towards people. And I guess, you know, it's usually also like the games that you play. Shooters, for some reason, usually bring out the more rude people. But I usually, you know, I don't give much like attention at all to people like that. Like I rather give my attention and care to people that I like than to people that are like that. Like that just falls straight off of me, like water. It would bother me much more if a person was rude to any one of you. But rude towards me, I'd be like, yeah, you wasting your time. And I'm all filled up with comebacks anyway, so get going. But it also depends if you're affiliate partner or if you have Twitch Turbo or Amazon. Oh, I see. For me it's 2 months because I have Turbo and Prime both. I see. I do prefer YouTube more, but that's also because I only occasionally stream. Like it's not my like main thing. My main thing is pre-recorded, and that's mainly because, you know, I have a full-time job and so many hobbies. So many hobbies. And other than that, family and friends that I need to spend time with. So Twitch is for live streaming, and then I archive it on YouTube. For my next casual playthrough I should put them immediately on YouTube as well. I always said to like my youngest brother that he should definitely try to do some streaming. Like even if he doesn't like wanna like talk or anything like that, but he's so freaking skilled. He's so skilled. And he's always been like that too. He's super good at like FPS, World of Warcraft, League of Legends. Like he's just a natural. Football games brings out the most toxicity from people. Football games? Really? I would have never... you know what I would have said? Call of Duty. That's what I would have said. Call of freaking Duty. What other game? I've heard Valorant too. Like I had a friend of mine play Valorant, and she always got cussed the frick out as soon as they heard her voice. And I'm like, people really don't know how to interact with girls or what? Well, it tells us more about them. Roblox gets serious, not gonna lie, unironically. I never tried Roblox, but my little cousin goes on Roblox at times, so I've seen her play, and also my colleagues' kids. They always for some reason come up to me and show me Roblox without even knowing that I'm a gamer. They just like want to show me, like sit beside me and be like, now I'm doing this, and this is how you go here, and if you press this one, then you can do that and I can do this. So yeah, you can say I've played some Roblox. Brothers be stealing all the talent genes in the family. My brother can pick up any language and speak at any intermediate level after a couple of months. That is insane. Wow. That is a skill I want to have. That is incredible. I want that. Wow. You have no idea. It can be worse than COD. People even use the pause button as a weapon in FIFA. What? The pause button. Is Rocket League the same? I mean, there's a ball there too. Drakengard 2 is the safest game in the series, but it is videos related to it that have the most rude comments, especially regarding Drakengard 3, including because the protagonist is a woman. That sucks. I really hate seeing comments where people are like, oh, I'm not gonna play this game because it's a free female protagonist. Imagine if women also were like, oh, I'm not gonna play this game because it's a man. Like I've never heard anyone say that. I've rather heard, oh, I would have wished we could pick if we would want to be like a woman or a man. But why does it matter? Like if it isn't like a role-playing game, why would that even matter? If it is a role-playing game, like, you know, in JRPGs, where the main character already has like a backstory and stuff, then the story is already set. The character is set. You are not the character, so why does it matter what gender the character is? Man, woman, or non-binary, whatever it is. AKA all MMOs. I've also been like in thoughts of wanting to try like MMORPG, but then I'm also like, when do I even have time for that? Maybe when I get sick of the other hobbies, then I'll do it. But right now I'm having new hobbies. I just took up embroidering, and I'm gonna make my own plushies. My first plushie is gonna be Johnny Joestar from Steel Ball Run, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And then I wanted to do a Michael one as well, Michael from Fata Morgana. So I already have the fabric, the hair, the threads, almost all the threads. Oh god, I remember listening to Called VC when I was like 10. My cousin did not care. Now I'm 23 and I'm just like, was it ever that serious? Yeah, now I understand with Dress to Impress. Whoa! Y'all, I love to watch Dress to Impress with the Queso. I don't know if you guys know which streamer that is, but he's so funny and like he's so lovable. I'm playing it nice, no more on display. So gentle and calm, that's what people will pause the game 3 times in a row, only because it's max allowed, and run the clock down in an attempt to make you frustrated or leave just to win. What? Oh, such time wasting. After some years, we will be playing the same main character in the same game with just a different title, because all games will be the same. Oh, so boring. And that's probably also why I always drift to older games. Just because it always feels like the story and the characters are like more well-rounded. Like I don't care if the graphics are bad. Like if the graphics are pixelated or whatever. I'd rather it have like their own style than just this photorealism. I tried MMORPGs, not my cup of tea. Games with strong story games are my sweet. Yes, same here. You're a JoJo fan? Yes! Wait, is that Bucciarati in the back? Yes! Yes, yes, yes! I have Bucciarati, I have Johnny, I have Gyro. Hold on. Hold on. I'ma get Johnny here. I will remove James. Wait. I also have Diego. Steel Ball Run Diego. And Kira. He's one of my favorite villains. Still. And we have ta-da! My favorite! You know what? You can sit with me. I am a super duper JoJo fan. It's my all-time favorite series. And also, I should have a book here as well. Right. I also have the Steel Ball Run book. I was reading it yesterday, so I had it here. What the? Okay, it's gonna fall if I place it there. Okay, there, that. Have you heard of Game Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons? Yes, I've been recommended that one quite a few times actually. The whole new ultra-realistic focus is destroying games, making them all look similar. Exactly. Yes, and I just hate seeing that every single game just looks similar. Like there's no like artistic like creativity to it. No way, I'm assuming part 7 is your fave. Yes, indeed it is. So I'm not kidding you. I have watched the first episode, because there's no other episode right now, of Steel Ball Run 20 times. 20 times. Like, I'm a sick. Oh, Jojo Leon. Also very, very good. There's live action for realism, everything else has to have style. But now everything is the other way around. Yeah. It really is that way. Sometimes from female streamers who say they only want to play as women because they can feel more into it when playing as a male. I mean, if there is prettier like clothing for the female characters, I will always pick the female characters. If you can customize your character, I usually play as a female character. But if the character is like already like so cool looking at you near games, then I'm like, I'll play as Brother Nier for like 800 hours straight. He has one of my favorite designs. His clothing, oh my goodness, I'm obsessed. Some of the JoJo was inspired by Evangelion. Oh, really? Huh. Well, I haven't seen Evangelion, but now I might have to. Because everything else is a JoJo reference. Geeking on about JoJo again. Yes, because we have a JoJo fan in the chat. And you know, like I don't have people to speak JoJo about. Same, I also always play as female character if the game offers a choice, but I never really care if I'm playing a female or male protagonist. Yes, exactly. If it is like a role-playing game like Baldur's Gate or Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age games, then I would like to choose, because you can choose options as well. But like, for example, if I'm playing a Final Fantasy game, I don't really care if I'm playing as a female or a man, because that's not my character. That's not like my customized character. That character already has like a backstory, already has set choices, stuff like that. So then it doesn't really matter to me. And if they're selling the game as like you should do the choices and stuff, then I found out about it from comments, but I won't say what exactly so you can find out yourself. Oh! Do you remember those old RPG games where you could choose the gender and name of your main character? Give me one example. Like, all I'm thinking about now is Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. That's also what my name, what my YouTube name is based off. A quest in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. In Fire Emblem games on DS, I did switch the gender and name sometimes. Oh, Fire Emblem! Oh my gosh! I have gotten recommended that by Aura a couple of times, so I should really play that, but not before she comes back. She needs to be back before I play it. Regardless of actual quality, so many games often don't even dare to use artistic graphics in fear of looking cheap. Aww, that's so boring. Y'all, I wish they were braver. I wish they were braver. Like, I know my friend, when I was starting to play Legend of Dragoon, my friend was like, this game looks like crap. You're not gonna get any views. And I was like, I don't care. Like, it looks like crap, and it's a super old game. And I was like, I don't care. If I like it, I'm gonna play it. That's exactly how I am with any game. If I don't enjoy it, I quit it. Like, I usually know within like 4 or 5 hours if I'm gonna continue it or not. And it's like the same, I know I've said this like plenty of times, but if I ever say to you guys that I'm playing a game and it's never uploaded to the channel, that means that I didn't enjoy it, so it won't be uploaded. Because I don't want to have like playlists with games that I have tried but didn't like and dropped. So no one is bummed out by going into the playlist and being like, yay, I wanted to watch this playthrough, and then it stops after 5 hours. And they ask me like, oh, when will the next one come? And I'd be like, never, because I didn't enjoy it. It's like, you know, just putting a cliffhanger there and never finishing. And it actually did that, the campaign story and interactions. A bit if you played as a male or female. Oh, so it changed a bit according to what you pick. That's also what I loved about Dragon Age Origins, because you could pick gender, you could pick like your origin. Like, are you a human? Are you an elf? Are you a dwarf? And then like your backstory too. Like, are you a noble? Are you like a forest elf? Are you a city elf? Stuff like that. And then you could have you had like a lot of dialogue directed to you regarding your origin and your background. Like, say, I don't know, DMC for example, yeah, you won't see that one on my channel, unfortunately. I did not vibe with it. And I did try the third one as well. Didn't like that one either, so I just dropped it. Games industry media has a lot to blame for this. Oh, sucks. That's why I keep going back to like hidden gems. Like, I can search up YouTube videos on like games that you never heard about, and then just check them, check the style, and be like, okay, this is something I want to try. That's what happened with Lost Odyssey, and oh my god, what a gem that game is. Oh my goodness. Incredible game, incredible. Like, there's nothing bad about it. I would say the only flaw is that the main story isn't as good as the like side stories, if I say that. But I loved it. Besides, a lot of times it just gives me uncanny vibes, because you can still feel something is trying to be real, but it's not. Exactly. I felt that with The Quarry. Like, it was just so... It just felt so strange, like the expressions. The expressions in Silent Hill 2, however, blew my freaking mind. Blew my mind away. Because they didn't exaggerate anything either. They just looked so natural. Like the micro expressions, it looked so natural and not like overdone. So that's why it worked. That's why I love indie games. You and me both. Well, it changed the interaction because of the romance side stories. Those change depending if you played as a male or female. Wait, you can also choose male or female in Mass Effect, but that one is more like a role-playing game, because you also choose options and like if you want to go renegade or not. Yeah, Paragon or Renegade. Me, I always wanted to do a Paragon, no, a Renegade run, but I just can't. I just feel too bad for fictional characters, so I can't. I agree, Silent Hill 2 did a phenomenal job. Extremely. Like, the actors and the actresses, incredible, phenomenal. It's the same core problem with optimization too. Graphic looking impressive gets used as an excuse. They're either too lazy when they get away with the just look at pretty graphic. Yeah, I hate that. I really don't like that. It's like, look at this! Glitter, glitter, glitter! Like we don't care about story or characters. They're just like, look at the graphics! Yes, exactly, look at those tiles! Look at the wall! I wish Nier Reincarnation would be completely remade into a visual novel. There's a great story and characters, but people can't get to know it because the server was closed. That's really too bad. But I know you shared a video that footage that someone got, very long footage that someone got from Nier Reincarnation. I just haven't watched it all yet. Have you heard of Silent Whispers' new Otome game? Yes, I've gotten quite a few requests, and I was going to do like a reaction video to it tomorrow. Well, now on Sunday. So I'm gonna be reacting to it. Because I also got an email request. Can't say from who. Because it said that it was, you know, not really allowed to in the mail, but they also wanted me to do a reaction for it. The evil spammers! Wait, does this mean when you stream Mass Effect you will do Paragon Run with the help of evil chat? Yes, exactly! They only uploaded a teaser. Oh. Even though it runs horrendously at 12 FPS, why bother to put in the effort to do it right when you can just get away with frame generation, upscaling, just need 5,000 worth of PC and GPUs? Yeah, and as if they're not expensive enough now. Like even ROM and SSDs, oh my goodness. They'd just shot. I'm probably not gonna play it. I'm tired of gacha games, but if it's good, then who knows? True. Like one is enough, is what I'm thinking. And I'm just gonna play like, if that's the case, I'll just like play like free, and just for like posting content. If people are interested in seeing it. What happened to you, YouTube? YouTube Studio was like, something happening. But I didn't drop the internet, did I? No, I still have it. It was just YouTube beside being YouTube. Lazy, incomplete, but they've been allowed to get away with it. Yes, exactly. I get exactly what you mean. Claire Obscure has great style. Yeah, I really want to play Claire Obscure too, but I'm thinking that it's such a big game. Like, I don't have like the feel for playing a game that is so like open world, like so huge. So I'm really gonna have to wait until, you know, I wanna go into it. Because sometimes it can get quite overwhelming when the world is too big. Because I'm just gonna be like, there's so much to do. There's so many places to go. There is one character that I think he didn't make a good choice with it. You will instantly know which one I mean. Oh! But another one, I think they did a very good job. You will also know which one it is. I love that. I love that. And you're probably gonna be 100% right with that, Isra. The story of Claire Obscure is not that long, to be honest. Claire Obscure really deserves all compliments it gets. Huh. How long is the actual, like, main story? And if I would do the side quest as well? I'm just, you know, I know how I am when it comes to open world games. I just go around a lot. And then I get lost. And then here I am picking flowers for what I do not know, but I think I need them in the future. Stuff like that. I always get stuck when it comes to open world games. And I'm like, oh, you can mine these. What do I need them for? I don't know, but I might need them. I'm such a hoarder in games. What game you're playing? Well, right now we're already finished with the game that I played. So, and I'm also finishing up stream. Because it's almost 4 AM. It's not really that open world, it's more story driven. Oh! Is that? I see. I need around 30 hours for Claire Obscure main story. Oh. 30 hours, that's not too long actually. That is not too long. Claire Obscure world is not as big about as Nier Automata. Really? And here I was thinking that it was a huge game. Speaking of gacha games, Bea, did you learn that Aerith is getting her red remake dress? Tifa and Cloud are getting their indigo dresses from remake also? Yes, I saw it on Twitter. I saw it. They looked so pretty, all of them. And then I briefly saw Zack as well in a dress, but I think that might have not been official. Maybe someone fan drew it. But I didn't do any of the side content because the gameplay was not for me. Oh, if you want to do everything though, it's way over 100 hours then. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna do everything. I almost never 100% a game. Almost never. Most of the additional locations are small and there are few quests. Okay, I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that. Because here I was thinking that it would have been like Baldur's Gate. Like huge and huge and huge. And so many hours. Like I had to take a break from Baldur's Gate and then continue. Oh, you know what, guys? I think now is the perfect time to go and sleep. Because I also have to meet up with my friend tomorrow. We're gonna go shopping. And then after that, I'm gonna react to that trailer, Isra. Hopefully I don't forget about it. It depends how long I'm with my friend. And exactly, tomorrow is also cleaning day. Because Expedition 30 actually did it right and with sustainable resources and cost. Oh! That's nice. 200 plus million while Expedition only costs a few mils. Huh. Nice. Yep. Yes, Nils. I go shopping on Sunday with my friend and we're probably gonna go to a cafe as well. And then we're going back to my place because my mom was so eager to make her favorite food, my friend's favorite food. So she was like, oh, you're coming by, right? And this, my friend and my mom, they were like already speaking about this. I didn't even know that we were going back to my place afterwards. But my mom had been Snapchatting my friend and was like, should I make the food that you like so much? And she's like, sure, I'll be there. And then my friend was like, oh, by the way, we're going to your place after. All stores are closed on Sunday. Oh, we have some stores that are open, but they have shorter opening hours. But you guys, we'll see each other not next week, but the week after that. Thank you all for watching. Bye bye. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Make a cooking stream. Oh, that would be interesting. That would be interesting. I might actually take you up on that offer. Bye. Inside, try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls. I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us. Drag far from time and space to my world, wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, 'cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag far from time and space to my world, wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside, try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls. I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us. Drag far from time and space to my world, wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, 'cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag far from time and space to my world, wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside, try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls. I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us. Drag far from time and space to my world, wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, 'cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag far from time and space to my world, wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside, try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls. I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us. Drag far from time and space to my world, wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed.
secrets out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls. I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, 'cause my secrets out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls. I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, 'cause my secrets out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls. I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, 'cause my secrets out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls. I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, 'cause my secrets out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls. I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, 'cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls. I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, 'cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls. I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, 'cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls. I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, 'cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows don't wait when darkness falls. I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, 'cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows awake when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows awake when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows awake when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside the walls between us fade. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. Let's test the limits, cause my secret's out. Everything that's wrong suddenly feels right. Let me come closer, I'll show you. Drag you far from time and space to my world wild and so dangerous. Myself untamed. I'm playing it nice, normal on display. So gentle and calm, that's what they say, yeah. Inside try to tame a storm, but every look from you makes it hard to control. And shadows awake when darkness falls, I'll show the flame I got inside